computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right. Hello. Hello. What the heck? The fuck is wrong with Discord? Maybe I should increase the gain here. There we go. I hope everything is fine now. Hello, hello, everybody. Maybe just a tiny bit down. There we go. How's everyone doing? Hope you guys having a good day. No, I just gotta set everything back up here. Very chill music. I like it. Hope you guys had a great day though. I've been having some rough times sleeping the past couple days. But here we are now, hopefully finishing off this book that we started. Okay, so I think, yeah, we left off at chapter 6. Like, we finished chapter 6 and we're about to start chapter 7. Again, I wish I could show you some of those illustrations in this book because they are absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, I couldn't really find anything online for them, so... Or I didn't just look hard enough, I guess. I don't know. Oh, did not mean to do that. There we go. But I think... I think we should just start. Right. The next day was bad. My parents had both left the house before I woke. It had turned cold and the sky was a bleak and charmless gray. I went through my parents' bedroom to the balcony that ran along the length of their bedroom, and my sister's and mine. And I stood on the long balcony, and I prayed to the sky that Ursula Monkton would have tired of this game, and that I would not see her again. Ursula Monkton was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs when I went down. "Same rules as yesterday, little pitcher," she said. "You can't leave the property. If you try, I will lock you in your bedroom for the rest of the day, and when your parents come home, I will tell them you did something disgusting." "They won't believe you." She smiled sweetly. "Are you sure? If I tell them you pulled out your little willy and whittled all over the kitchen floor, and I had to mop it up and disinfect it, I think they'll believe me. I'll be very convincing." I went out of the house and down to my laboratory. I ate all the fruit that I had hidden there the day before. I read Sandy Sees It Through, another of my mother's books. Sandy was a plucky but poor schoolgirl who was accidentally sent to a posh school where everybody hated her. In the end, she exposed the geography teacher as an international Bolshevik who had tied the real geography teacher up. The climax was in the school assembly when Sandy bravely got up and made a speech which began, "I know I should not have been sent here. It was only an error in paperwork that sent me here and sent Sandy, spelt with a Y, to the town grammar school. But I think Providence But I thank Providence that I came here, because Miss Streebling is not whom she claims to be. In the end, Sandy was embraced by the people who had hated her. My father came home early from work, earlier than I remembered seeing him home in years. I wanted to talk to him, but he was never alone. I watched him from the branch of my beech tree. First, he showed Ursula Monckton around the gardens, proudly pointing out the rose bushes and the blackcurrant bushes and the cherry trees and the azaleas, as if he had had something to do with them, as if they had not been put in place and tended by Mr. Wallery for 50 years before we had bought the house. She laughed at all his jokes. I could not hear what he was saying, but I could see the crooked smile he had when he knew he was saying something funny. She was standing too close to him. Sometimes he would rest his hand on her shoulder, in a friendly sort of way. It worried me that he was standing so close to her. He didn't know what she was. She was a monster, and he just thought she was a normal person. And he was being nice to her. She was wearing different clothes today. A gray skirt of the kind that called a midi, and a pink blouse. On any other day, if I had seen my father walking around the garden, I would have run over to him, but not that day. I was scared that he would be angry, or that Ursula Monckton would say something to make him angry with me. I was terrified of him when he was angry. His face, angular and usually affable, would grow red, and he would shout so loudly and furiously that it would literally paralyze me. I would not be able to think. He never hit me. He did not believe in hitting. He would tell us how his father had hit him, how his mother has chased him with a broom, how he was better than that. When he got angry enough to shout at me, he would occasionally remind me that he did not hit me, as if to make me grateful. In the school stories I read, misbehavior often resulted in a caning or the slipper, and then was forgiven and done. And I would sometimes envy those fictional children the cleanness of their lives. I did not want to approach Ursula Monckton. I did not want to risk making my father angry with me. I wondered if this could be a good time to try and leave the property, to head down the lane. But I was certain that if I did, I would look up to see my father's angry face beside Ursula Monckton's, all pretty and smug. So I simply watched them from the huge branch of the beech tree. When they walked out of sight behind the azalea bushes, I clambered down the rope ladder, went up into the house, up to the balcony, and I watched them from there. It was a gray day, but there was butter yellow daffodils everywhere, and narcissi in profusion, with their pale outer petals and their dark orange trumpets. My father picked a handful of narcissi and gave them to Ursula Monckton, who laughed and said something, then made a courtesy. He bowed in return and said something that made her laugh. I thought he must have proclaimed himself her knight in shining armor or something like that. I wanted to shout down to him, to warn him that he was giving flowers to a monster, but I did not. I just stood on the balcony and watched, and they did not look up and they did not see me. My book of Greek myths had told me that the narcissi were named after a beautiful young man. Hey, dumb but smart, how you doing? A beautiful young man, so lovely that he had fallen in love with himself. He saw his reflection in a pool of water and would not leave it, and eventually died so that the gods were forced to transform him into a flower. In my mind, when I read this, I knew that a narcissus must be the most beautiful flower in the world. I was disappointed when I learned that it was just a less impressive daffodil. My sister came out of the house and went over to them. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I mean, we're just reading a book. Nothing exciting happening anyway. Just me reading. My sister came out of the house and went over to them. My father picked her up. They all walked inside together. My father, with my sister holding onto his neck, and Ursula Monkton, her arms filled with yellow and white flowers. I watched them. I watched as my father's free hand, the one not holding my sister, went down and rested, casually, proprietarily, and the swell of Ursula Monkton's meaty skirted bottom. I would react differently to that now. At the time, I do not believe I thought anything of it at all. I was 7. I climbed up into my bedroom window, easy to reach from the balcony, and down onto my bed, where I read a book about a girl who stayed in the Channel Islands and defied the Nazis before she could not abandon her pony. Or because she could not abandon her pony. And while I read, I thought, Ursula Monkton cannot keep me here forever. Soon enough, in a few days at the most, someone will take me into town, or away from here. And then I will go to the farm at the bottom of the lane, and I will tell Letty Hemstock what I did. Then I thought, suppose Ursula Monkton only needs a couple of days, and that scared me. Ursula Monkton made meatloaf for dinner that evening, and I would not eat it. I was determined to not eat anything she had made or cooked or touched. My father was not amused. But I don't want it, I told him. I'm not hungry. It was Wednesday, and my mother was attending her meeting to raise money so that people in Africa who needed water could drill wells. The meeting was in the village hall of the next village down the road. She had posters that she put up, diagrams of wells and photographs of smiling people. At the dinner table were my sister, my father, Ursula Monkton, and me. It's good for you, and it's tasty, said my father. And we do not waste food in this house. I said I wasn't hungry. I had lied. I was so hungry it hurt. Then just try a little nibble, he said. It's your favorite. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes and gravy. You love them. There was a children's table in the kitchen, where we ate when my parents had friends over, or would be eating late. But that night, we were at the adult table. I preferred the children's table. I felt invisible there. Nobody watched me eat. Ursula Monkton sat next to my father and stared at me, with a tiny smile at the corner of her lips. I knew I should shut up. Be silent, be sullen. But I couldn't help myself. I had to tell my father why I did not want to eat. I won't eat anything she made, I told him. I don't like her. You will eat your food, said my father. You will at least try it, and apologize to Miss Monkton. I won't. He doesn't have to, said Ursula Monkton sympathetically, and she looked at me and she smiled. I do not think that either of the other two people. I'm a break on my job, so I'm just stopping by. Thank you for stopping by, son. I hope the job goes smoothly. We haven't really gotten to anything exciting yet. But it's a good book. She looked at me and she smiled. I do not think that either of the other two people at the table noticed that she was smiling, or that there was nothing sympathetic in her expression, or her smile, or her rotting cloth eyes. I'm afraid he does, said my father. His voice was just a little louder, and his face was just a little redder. I won't have him cheeking you like that. Then to me, give me one good reason, just one, why you won't apologize, and why you won't eat the lovely food that Ursula had prepared for us. I did not lie well, I told him. And I did not lie well. I told him, because she's not human, I said. She's a monster. She's a... What had the Hemstocks called her thing? A kind of thing? She's a flea. My father's cheeks were burning red now, and his lips were thin. He said, "Outside, into the hall, this minute." My heart sank inside me. I climbed down from my stool and followed him out into the corridor. It was dark in the hallway. The only light came from the kitchen, the sheet of clear glass above the door. He looked down at me. "You will go back into the kitchen. You will apologize to Miss Monkton. You will finish your plate of food. Then quietly and politely, you will go straight upstairs to bed." "Hey, Shaggy, how's it going?" "No," I told him, "I won't." I bolted, ran down the hallway, round the corner, and pounded up the stairs. My father, I had no doubt, would come after me. He was twice my size, and fast, but I did not have to keep going for long. Back from work? Ooh. Well, hopefully the stream can help you just like wind down and relax for a bit while we're just enjoying this book. There was only one room in that house that I could look, and it was there that I was headed. Left at the top of the stairs and along the hall to the end, I reached the bathroom ahead of my father. I slammed the door and I pushed the little silver bolt closed. He had not chased me. Perhaps he thought it was beneath his dignity, chasing a child. But in a few moments, I heard his fist slam, and then his voice saying, "Open this door." I didn't say anything. I sat on the plush toilet seat cover and hated him almost as much as I hated Ursula Monkton. The door banged again, harder this time. "If you don't open this door," he said loud enough to make sure I heard it through the wood, "I'm breaking it down." Could he do that? I don't know. The door was locked. Locked doors stop people coming in. A locked door meant that you were in there, and when people wanted to come into the bathroom, they would jiggle the door and it wouldn't open. And they would say, "Sorry," or shout, "Are you going to be long?" And the door exploded inward. The little silver bolt hung off the frame, all bent and broken, and my father stood in the doorway, filling it, his eyes huge and wide, his cheeks burning with fury. He said, "Right." That was all he said, but his hand held my left upper arm in a grip I could never have broken. I wondered what he would do now. Would he finally hit me, or send me to my room, or shout at me so loudly that I wish I were dead? He did none of those things. He pulled me over to the bathtub. He leaned over, pushed a white rubber plug into the plug hole. Then he turned on the cold tap. Water gushed out, splashing the white enamel, then steadily and slowly filled the bath. The water ran noisily. My father turned to the open door. "I can deal with this," he said to Ursula Monkton. She stood in the doorway, holding my sister's hand, and she looked concerned and gentle, but there was triumph in her eyes. "Close the door," said my father. My sister started whimpering, but Ursula Monkton closed the door as best she could, for one of the hinges did not fit properly, and the broken bolt stopped the door shutting all the way. It was just me and my father. His cheeks had gone from red to white, and his lips were pressed together. And I did not know what he was going to do, or why he was running a bath, but I was scared. So scared. "I'll apologize," I told him. "I'll say sorry. I didn't mean what I said. She's not a monster. She's pretty." He didn't say anything in response. The bath was full, and he turned the cold tap off. Then, swiftly, he picked me up. He put his huge hands under my armpits, swung me up with ease, so it felt like I weighed nothing at all. I looked at him, at the intent expression on his face. He had taken off his jacket before he came upstairs. He was wearing a light blue shirt and a maroon paisley tie. He pulled off his watch on its expendable strap, dropped it on the window ledge. Then I realized what he was going to do, and I kicked out, and I flailed at him, neither of which action had any effect of any kind as he plunged me down into the cold water. I was horrified, but it was initially the horror of something happening against the established order of things. I was fully dressed. That was wrong. I had my sandals on. That was wrong. The bathwater was cold, so cold and so wrong. That was what I thought, initially, as he pushed me into the water, and then he pushed further, pushing my head and shoulders beneath the chilly water, and the horror changed its nature. I thought I'm going to die, and thinking that, I was determined to live. I flailed with my hands, trying to find something to hold on to, but there was nothing to grab, only the slippery sides of the bath I'd bathed in for the last 2 years. I had read many books in that bath. It was one of my safe places, and now I had no doubt I was going to die there. I opened my eyes beneath the water, and I saw it dangling there in front of my face. My chance for life, and I clutched it with both hands. My father's tie. I held it tightly, pulled myself up as he pushed me down, gripping it for life itself, pulling my face up and out of that frigid water, holding onto his tie so tightly that he could no longer push my head and shoulders back into the bath without going in himself. My face was now out of the water, and I clamped my teeth into his tie just below the knot. We struggled. I was soaked. Took some small pleasure in the knowledge that he was soaked as well, his blue shirt clinging to his huge form. Now, he pushed me down again, but fear of death gives us strength. My hands and my teeth were clamped to his tie, and he could not break my grip on them without hitting me. My father did not hit me. He straightened up, and I was pulled up with him, soaked and spluttering and angry and crying and scared. I let go of his tie with my teeth, still held on with my hands. He said, "You ruined my tie. Let go." The tie knot had tightened to pea size. The lining of the tie was dangling damply outside of it. He said, "You should be glad that your mother isn't here." I let go, dropped to the soaked bathroom carpet, took a step backward toward the toilet. He looked down at me, then said, "Go to your bedroom. I don't want to see you again tonight." And I went into my room. That was a bit of a shorter chapter again, but really good. Oh my god. Okay. Chapter 8. I was shivering convulsively, and I was wet through and through. I was wet through, and I was cold, very cold. It felt like all my heat had been stolen. The wet clothes clung to my flesh and dripped cold water onto the floor. With every step I took, my sandals made comical squelching noises, and water oozed from the little diamond-shaped holes on the top of them. I pulled all of my clothes off and left them in a sopping heap on the tiles by the fireplace, where they began to puddle. I took the box of matches from the mantelpiece, turned on the gas tap, and lit the flame in the gas fire. I was staring at a pond, remembering things that are hard to believe. Why do I find the hardest thing for me to believe, looking back, is that a girl of 5 and a boy of 7 had a gas fire in their bedroom. There were no towels in the room, and I stood there, wet, wondering how to dry myself off. I took the thin counterpane that covered my bed, wiped myself off with it, and then put on my pajamas. They were red nylon, shiny and striped, with a black plasticized burn mark on the left sleeve, where I had leaned too close to the gas fire once, and the pajama arm caught alight. Although, by some miracle, I had not burnt my arm. There was a dressing gown that I had almost never used hanging on the back of the bedroom door. Its shadow perfectly positioned to cast nightmare shadows on the wall. When the hall light was on and the door was open, I put it on, The bedroom door opened, and my sister came in to get the nightdress from under her pillow. She said, "You've been so naughty that I'm not even allowed to be in the room with you. I get to sleep in Mommy and Daddy's bed tonight. And Daddy says I can watch the television." There was an old television in a brown wooden cabinet in the corner of my parents' bedroom that was almost never turned on. The vertical hold was unreliable, and the fuzzy black and white picture had a tendency to stream in a slow ribbon. People's heads vanished off the bottom of the screen as their feet descended in a stately fashion from the top. "I don't care," I told her. "Daddy said you ruined his tie, and he's all wet," said my sister with satisfaction in her voice. Ursula Monckton was at the bedroom door. "We don't talk to him," she told my sister. "We won't talk to him again until he's allowed to rejoin the family." My sister slipped out, heading to the next room, my parents' room. "You aren't in my family," I told Ursula Monckton. "When Mommy comes back, I'll tell her what Daddy did." "She won't be home for another 2 hours," said Ursula Monckton. "And what can you say to her that will make any difference? She backs up your father in everything, doesn't she?" She did. They always presented a perfectly united front. "Don't cross me," said Ursula Monckton. "I have things to do here, and you are getting in my way. Next time, it will be so much worse. Next time, I'll lock you in the attic." "I'm not afraid of you," I told her. I was afraid of her, more afraid than I had ever been of anything. "It's hot in here," she told me and smiled. She walked over to the gas fire and reached down, turned it off, and took the matches from the mantel. I said, "You're still just a flea." She stopped smiling. She reached up to the lintel above the door, higher than any child could reach, and she pulled down the key that rested there. She walked out of the room and closed the door. I heard the key turn, heard the lock engage and click. I could hear television voices coming from the room next door. I heard the hallway door close, cutting off the 2 bedrooms from the rest of the house, and I knew that Ursula Monckton was going downstairs. I went over to the lock and squinted through it. I had learned from a book that I could use a pencil to push a key through a keyhole onto a sheet of paper beneath and free myself that way. But the keyhole was empty. I cried then, cold and still damp in that bedroom, cried with pain and anger and terror, cried safely in the knowledge that no one would come in and see me, that no one could tease me for crying, as they teased any boys at my school who were unwise enough to give way to tears. I heard the gentle patter of raindrops against the glass of my bedroom window, and even that brought me no joy. I cried until I was all cried out. Then I breathed in huge gulps of air, and I thought, Ursula Monckton, flapping canvas monster, worm and flea, would get me if I tried to leave the property. I knew that. But Ursula Monckton had locked me in. She would not expect me to leave now. And perhaps, if I was lucky, she might be distracted. I opened the bedroom window and listened to the night. The gentle rain made a noise that was almost a rustling. It was a cold night, and I was already chilled. My sister was in the room next door, watching something on the television. She would not hear me. I went over to the door and turned off the light. I walked through the dark bedroom and climbed back on the bed. I'm in my bed, I thought. I'm lying in my bed, thinking about how upset I am. Soon I'll fall asleep. I'm in my bed, and I know she's won. And if she cheeks up on me, I'm in my bed asleep. I'm in my bed, and it's time for me to sleep now. I can't even keep my eyes open. I'm fast asleep in my bed. I stood on the bed and climbed out the window. I hung for a moment and then let myself drop as quietly as I could onto the balcony. That was the easy bit. Growing up, I took so many cues from books. They taught me most of what I know about what people did, about how to behave. They were my teachers and my advisors. In books, boys climbed trees, so I climbed trees sometimes, very high, always scared of falling. In books, people climbed up and down drain pipes to get in and out of houses, so I climbed up and down drain pipes too. They were the heavy iron drain pipes of old, clamped to brick, not today's lightweight plastic affairs. I had never climbed down a drain pipe in the dark or in the rain, but I knew where the footholds were. I knew also that the biggest challenge would not be falling, a 20-foot tumble down into the wet floor bed. It was the drain pipe I was climbing down past the television room, downstairs, in which I had no doubt Ursula Monkton and my father would be watching television. I tried not to think. And then we get a really nice illustration of him climbing down on a 2-pager. I climbed over the brick wall that edged the balcony, reached out until I felt the iron drain pipe, cold and slick with rain. I held onto it, then took one large step toward it, letting my bare feet come to rest on the metal clamp that encircled the drain pipe, fixing it sturdily to the brick. I went down a step at a time, imagining myself Batman, imagining myself 100 heroes and heroines of school romances, and then remembering myself. I imagined that I was a drop of rain on the wall, a brick, a tree. I'm on my bed, I thought. I was not there with the light. I was not here, with the light of the TV room uncurtained, spilling out below me, making the rain that fell past the window into a series of glittering lines and streaks. Don't look at me, I thought. Don't look out of the window. I inched down. Usually, I would have stepped from the drain pipe over to the TV room's outer window ledge, but that was out of the question. Warily, I lowered myself from another few inches, leaned further back into the shadows and away from the light, and stole a terrified glance into the room, expecting to see my father and Ursula Monkton staring back at me. But the room was empty. The lights were on, the television was on as well, but nobody was sitting on the sofa, and the door to the downstairs hallway was open. I took an easy step down on the window ledge, hoping against all hope that neither of them would come back in and see me. And then I let myself drop from the ledge into the flower bed. The wet earth was soft against my feet. I was going to run, just run, but there was a light on in the drawing room, where we children never went. The oak-paneled room kept only for bests and for special occasions. The curtains were drawn. They were green velvet, lined with white, and the light that escaped them, where they had not been close all the way, was golden and soft. I walked over to the window. The curtains were not completely closed. I could see into the room, see what was immediately in front of me. I was not sure what I was looking at. My father and Ursula Monkton pressed up against the side of the big fireplace in the far wall. He had his back to me. She did too, her hands pressed against a huge high mantelpiece. He was hugging her from behind. Her meaty skirt was hiked up around her waist. I did not know exactly what they were doing, and I did not really care not at that moment. All that mattered was that Ursula Monkton had her attention on something that was not me, and I turned away from the gap in the curtains and the light in the house, and fled barefoot into the rainy dock. It was not pitch black. It was a kind of cloudy night, where the clouds seemed to gather up light from distant streetlights and the houses below and throw it back at Earth. I could see enough once my eyes adjusted. I made it to the bottom of the garden, past the compost heap and the grass cuttings, then down the hill to the lane. Brambles and thorns stuck my feet and pricked my legs, but I kept running. I went over the low metal fence, into the lane. I was off our property, and it felt like if a headache I had not known that I had suddenly lifted. I whispered urgently, Letty! Letty Hemstock! And I thought, I'm in bed. I'm dreaming all this. Such vivid dreams. I'm in my bed. But I did not believe that Ursula Monkton was thinking about me just then. As I ran, I thought of my father, his arms around the housekeeper who wasn't, kissing her neck. And then I saw his face through the chilly bathwater as he held me under. And now I was no longer scared by what had happened in the bathroom. Now I was scared by what it meant that my father was kissing the neck of Ursula Monkton, that his hands had lifted her midi skirt above her waist. My parents were a unit, inviolate. The future had suddenly become unknowable. Anything could happen. The train of my life had jumped the rails and headed off across the fields and was coming down the lane with me. The flints of the lane hurt my feet as I ran, but I did not care. Soon enough, I was certain that thing that was Ursula Monkton would be done with my father. Perhaps they would go down upstairs to check on me together. She would find that I was gone, and she would come after me. I thought, if they come after me, they will be in a car. I looked for a gap in the hedgerow on either side of the lane. I spotted a wooden stile and clambered over it, and kept running across the meadow. Heart pounding like the biggest, loudest drum there was or had ever been. Barefoot, with my pajamas and my dressing gown all soaked below the knee and clinging. I ran, not caring about the cow pats. The meadow was easier on my feet than the flint lane had been. I was happier, and I felt more real running on the grass. Thunder rumbled behind me, although I had seen no lightning. I climbed a fence, and my feet sank into the soft earth of freshly plowed field. I stumbled across it, falling sometimes, but I kept going. Over a stile and into the next field. This one unplowed, and I crossed it, keeping close to the hedge, scared of being too far out in the open. The lights of a car came down the lane, sudden and blinding. I froze where I was, closed my eyes, imagined myself asleep in my bed. The car drove past without slowing, and I caught a glimpse of its red rear lights as it moved away from me. A white van that I thought belonged to the Anders family. Still, it made the lane seem less safe. And now I cut away across the meadow. I reached the next field. Saw it was only divided from the one I was in by thin lengths of wire, easy to duck beneath, not even barbed wire. So I reached out my arm. I pushed the bare wire up to make room to squeeze under, and it was as if I had been thumped, and thumped hard in the chest. My arm, where it had grasped the wire of the fence, was convulsed, and my palm was burning, just as if I had just slammed my funny bone into a wall. Oh, it was an electric fence, I guess. I let go of the electric fence and stumbled back. I could not run any longer, but I hurried in the wind and the rain, and the darkness along the side of the fence. Careful now not to touch it, until I reached a 5-bar gate. I went over the gate and across the field, heading to the deeper darkness at the far end. Trees, I thought, and woodland. And I did not go too close to the edge of the field in case there was another electric fence waiting for me. I hesitated, uncertain where to go next. As if in answer, the world was illuminated for a moment. But I only needed a moment by lightning. I saw a wooden stile, and I ran for it. Hey, Kay. Yeah, we reading. This is the second reading stream already. I did one last Thursday. We're continuing on with the book right now. Probably finishing it today. But, I'm enjoying it. It's a great book. I'm loving it. I just need something to drink right now real quick. Because, my voice is already giving in a bit. And we've only been doing this for like an hour. Oh. Oh god, there we go. I just thought, like, considering it was a goal during my birthday stream, we have to do it eventually. So, yeah. Over the stile, I came down into a clump of nettles. I knew, as the hot, cold, prickling, burning covered my exposed ankles and the tops of my feet, but I ran again. Now, ran as best as I could. I hoped I was still heading for the Hemstocks farm. I had to be. I crossed one more field before I realized that I no longer knew where the lane was. Or, for that matter, where I was. I only knew that the Hemstocks farm was at the end of my lane. But I was lost in a dark field and the thunderclouds had lowered, and the night was so dark, and it was still raining. Even if it was not raining hard yet. And now my imagination filled the darkness with wolves and ghosts. I wanted to stop imagining, to stop thinking, but I could not. And behind the wolves and the ghosts and the trees that walked, there was Ursula Monkton, telling me that the next time I disobeyed her, it would be so much worse for me, that she would lock me in the attic. I was not brave. I was running away from everything, and I was cold and wet and lost. I shouted at the top of my voice, Letty! Letty Hemstock, hello! But there was no reply. I had not expected one. The thunder grumbled and rumbled into a low continuous roar. A lion pushed into irritability, and the lightning was flashing and flickering like a malfunctioning fluorescent tube. In the flickers of light, I could see that the area of field I was in came to a point, with hedges on both sides, and no way through. I could see no gate and no stile other than the one that I had come through at the far end of the field. Something crackled. I looked up at the sky, and I had seen lightning in films on the television, long, jagged forks of light across the clouds. But the lightning I had seen until now with my own eyes was a simply white flash from above, like the flash of a camera burning the world in a strobe of visibility. When I saw what I saw in the sky then was not that. It was not forked lightning either. It came and it went, a writhing, burning blue whiteness in the sky. It died back, and then it flared back up, and its flares and flickers illuminated the meadow, made it something I could see. The rain pattered hard, and then it whipped against my face, moved in a moment from a drizzle to a downpour. In seconds, my dressing gown was soaked through. But in the light I saw, or thought I saw, an opening in the hedgerow to my right, and I walked, for I could no longer run, not any longer, as fast as I could, towards it, hoping it was something real. My wet gown flapped in the gusting wind, and the sound of it horrified me. I did not look in the sky. I did not look behind me, but I could see the far end of the field. And there was indeed a space between the hedgerows. I had almost reached it when a voice said, "I thought I told you to stay in your room, and now I find you sneaking around like a drowned sailor." I turned, looked behind me, saw nothing at all. There was nobody there. And then I looked up. The thing that called itself Ursula Monkton hung in the air about 20 feet above me, and lightnings crawled and flickered in the air behind her. She was not flying. She was floating, weightless as a balloon, although the sharp gusts of wind did not move her. Wind howled and whipped at my face. The distant thunder roared, and smaller thunders crackled and spat, and she spoke quietly, but I could hear every word she said as distinctly as if she were whispering into my ears. Oh, sweetie weedy pudding pie, you are in so much trouble. She was smiling, the hugest, toothiest grin I had ever seen on a human face. But she did not look amused. I had been running from her through the darkness for, what, half an hour? An hour? I wished I had stayed on the lane, and not tried to cut across the fields. I would have been at the Hemstocks farm by now. Instead, I was lost, and I was trapped. Ursula Monkton came lower. Her pink blouse was open and unbuttoned. She wore a white bra. Her meaty skirt flapped in the wind, revealing her calves. She did not appear to be wet, despite the storm. Her clothes, her face, her hair were perfectly dry. She was floating above me now, and she reached out her hands. Every move she made, everything she did, was strobed by the tame lightnings that flickered and writhed above her. Her fingers opened like flowers in a speeded up film, and I knew that she was playing with me, and I knew what she wanted to do, and I hated myself for not standing my ground, but I did what she wanted. I ran. I was a little thing that amused her. She was playing, just as I had seen Monster, the big orange tomcat, play with a mouse, letting it go so that I would run, and then pouncing and batting it down with a paw. But the mouse still ran, and I had no choice, and I ran too. I ran for the break in the hedge, as fast as I could, stumbling and hurting and wet. Her voice was in my ears as I ran. I told you I was going to lock you in the attic, didn't I? And I will. Your daddy likes me now. He'll do whatever I say. Perhaps from now on, every night, he'll come up the ladder and let you out of the attic. He'll make you climb down from the attic, down the ladder. And every night, he'll drown you in the bath. He'll plunge you into the cold, cold water. I'll let him do it every night until it bores me. And then I'll tell him not to bring you back, to simply push you under the water until you stop moving and until there's nothing but darkness and water in your lungs. I'll have him leave you in the cold bath and you'll never move again. And every night I'll kiss him and kiss him. I was through the gap in the hedgerow and running on soft grass. The crackle of the lightning and the strange, sharp, metallic smell were so close they made my skin prickle. Everything around me got brighter and brighter, illuminated by the flickering white-blue light. And when your daddy finally leaves you in the bath for good, you'll be happy, whispered Ursula Monkton, and I imagined that I could feel her lips brushing my ears. Because you won't like it in the attic, not just because it's dark up there with the spiders and the ghosts, but because I'm going to bring my friends. You can't see them in the daylight, but they'll be in the attic with you, and you won't enjoy them at all. They don't like little boys, my friends. They'll be spiders as big as dogs, old clothes with nothing inside that tug at you and never let you go, the inside of your head, and no books, and no stories ever again. And I realized that I had not imagined it. Her lips had brushed my ear. She was floating in the air beside me, so her head was next to mine. And when she caught me looking at her, she smiled at her pretend smile. And I could not run away any longer. I could barely move. I had a stitch in my side, and I could not catch my breath, and I was done. My legs gave way beneath me, and I stumbled and fell. And this time, I did not get up. I felt heat on my legs, and I looked down to see a yellow stream coming from the front of my pajama trousers. I was 7 years old, no longer a little child, but I was wetting myself with fear, like a baby, and there was nothing I could do about it. While Ursula Monkton hung in the air above me and watched dispassionately. The hunt was done. She stood up straight in the air, 3 feet above the ground. I was sprawled beneath her, on my back in the wet grass. She began to descend, slowly, inexorably, like a person on a broken television screen. Something touched my left hand, something soft. It nosed my hand, and I looked over, fearing a spider as big as a dog. In the light of the lightnings that writhed about Ursula Monkton, I saw a patch of darkness beside my hand. A patch of darkness with a white spot over one ear. I picked the kitten up in my hand and brought it to my heart, and I stroked it. I said, "I won't come with you. You can't make me." I sat up because I felt less vulnerable sitting, and the kitten curled and made itself comfortable in my hand. "Pudding and pie, boy," said Ursula Monkton. Her feet touched the ground, illuminated by her own lightnings, like a painting of a woman in grays and greens and blues. Not a real woman at all. You're just a little boy. I'm a grown-up. I was an adult when your world was a ball of molten rock. I can do whatever I wish to you. Now stand up. I'm taking you home." The kitten, which had burrowed into my chest with its face, made a high-pitched noise, not a meow. I turned, looking away from Ursula Monkton and looking behind me. 1 second. The girl who was walking towards us across the field wore a shiny red raincoat with a hood and a pair of black Wellington boots that seemed too big for her. She walked out of the darkness, unafraid. She looked up at Ursula Monkton. "Get off my land," said Lady Hamstock. Ursula Monkton took a step backwards and rose at the same time, so she hung in the air above us. Lady Hamstock reached out to me, without glancing down at where I sat, and she took my hand, twining her fingers into mine. "I'm not touching your land," said Ursula Monkton. "Go away, little girl." "You're on my land," said Lady Hamstock. Ursula Monkton smiled, and the lightnings wreathed and writhed above her. She was power incarnate, standing in the crackling air. She was the storm. She was the lightning. She was the adult world with all its power and all its secrets and all its foolish, casual cruelty. She winked at me. I was a 7-year-old boy, and my feet were scratched and bleeding. I had just wet myself, and the thing that floated above me was huge and greedy, and it wanted to take me to the attic. And when it tired of me, it would make my daddy kill me. Lady Hamstock's hand in my hand made me braver, but Lady was just a girl. Even if she was a big girl, even if she was 11, even if she had been 11 for a very long time, Ursula Monkton was an adult. It did not matter at that moment that she was every monster, every witch, every nightmare made flesh. She was also an adult, and when adults fight children, adults always win. Letty said, "You should go back where you came from in the first place. It's not healthy for you to be here. For your own good, go back." A noise in the air, a horrible, twisted scratching noise, filled with pain and with wrongness. A noise that set my teeth on edge and made the kitten, its front paws resting on my chest, stiffen and its fur prickle. The little thing twisted and clawed up to my shoulder, and it hissed and it spat. I looked up at Ursula Monkton. It was only when I saw her face that I knew what the noise was. Ursula Monkton was laughing. "Go back? When your people ripped a hole in forever, I seized my chance. I could have ruled worlds, but I followed you and I waited, and I had patience. I knew that sooner or later the bounds would loosen, that I would walk the true earth beneath the sun of heavens." She was not laughing now. "Everything here is so weak, little girl. Everything breaks so easily. They want such simple things. I will take all I want from this world, like a child stuffing its fat little face with blackberries from a bush. I did not let go of Letty's hand, not this time. I stroked the kitten, whose needle claws were digging into my shoulder, and was bitten for my trouble. But the bite was not hard, just scared. Her voice came from all around us as the storm wind gusted. You kept me away from here for a long time, but then you brought me a door, and I used him to carry me out of my cell. And what can you do now that I am out? Letty didn't seem angry. She thought about it, and then she said, I could make you a new door. Or better still, I could get Granny to send you across the ocean, all the way to wherever you came from in the beginning. Ursula Monkton spat on the grass. A tiny ball of flame sputtered and fizzled on the ground, where the spit had fallen. Give me the boy, was all she said. He belongs to me. I came here inside him. I own him. You don't know nothing. You don't, said Lady Hemstock angrily. Especially not him. Letty helped me to my feet, and she stood behind me and put her arms around me. We were two children in a field in the night. She held me, and I held the kitten, while above us and all around us a voice said, What will you do? Take him home with you? This world is a world of rules, little girl. He belongs to his parents, after all. Take him away, and his parents will come to bring him home, and his parents belong to me. I'm all bored of you now, said Lady Hemstock. I give you the chance. You're on my land. Go away. As she said that, my skin felt like it did when I'd rubbed a balloon on my sweater, then touched it to my face and hair. Everything prickled and tickled. My hair was soaked, but even wet, it felt like it was starting to stand on end. Lady Hemstock held me tightly. Don't worry, she whispered, and I was going to say something to ask why I shouldn't worry. What I had to be afraid of, when the field we were standing on began to glow. It glowed golden. Every blade of grass glowed and glimmered. Every leaf on every tree, even the hedges were glowing. It was a warm light. It seemed, to my eyes, as if the soil beneath the grass had transmuted from base matter into pure light. And in the golden glow of the meadow, the blue-white lightnings that still crackled around Ursula Monkton seemed much less impressive. Ursula Monkton rose unsteadily, as if the air had just become hot and was carrying her upwards. Then Lady Hemstock whispered old words into the world, and the meadow exploded into a golden light. I saw Ursula Monkton swept up and away, although I felt no wind. But there had to be a wind, for she was flailing and tipping like a dead leaf in a gale. I watched her tumble into the night, and then Ursula Monkton and her lightnings were gone. Come on, said Lady Hemstock. We should get you in front of a kitchen fire and a hot bath. You'll catch your death. She let go of my hand, stopped hugging me, stepped back. The golden glow dimmed, so slowly, and then it was gone, leaving only vanishing glimmers and twinkles in the bushes like the final moments of the fireworks on bonfire night. Is she dead? I asked. No. And she'll come back, and you'll get in trouble. That's as maybe, said Letty. Are you hungry? She asked me, and I knew that I was. I had forgotten somehow, but now I remembered. I was so hungry it hurt. Let's see. Lady was talking as she led me through the fields. You're wet through. We'll need you to get something to wear. I'll have a look in the chest of drawers in the green bedroom. I think Cousin Japheth left some of his clothes there and when he went off into the mouse wars. He wasn't much bigger than you. The kitten was licking my fingers with a small, rough tongue. I found a kitten, I said. I can see that. She must have followed you back from the fields where you pulled her up. This is that kitten? The same one that I picked? Yep. Did she not tell you her name? No. Do they do that? Sometimes, if you listen. I saw the lights of the Hemstocks farm in front of us, welcoming, and I was cheered, although I could not understand how we had got from the field we were to the farmhouse so quickly. You are lucky, said Letty. 15 feet further back, and the field belongs to Colin Anders. You would have come anyway, I told her. You would have saved me. She squeezed my arm with her hand, but she said nothing. I said, Letty, I don't want to go home. That was not true. I wanted to go home more than anything, just not to the place I had fled that night. I wanted to go back to the home I had lived in before the opal miner had killed himself in our little white Mini, or before he had run over my kitten. The ball of dark fur pressed itself into my chest, and I wished she was my kitten, and knew that she was not. The rain had become a drizzle once again. We splashed through the deep puddles. Letty in her Wellington boots, my stinging bare feet bare. The smell of manure was sharp in the air as we reached the farmyard. And then we walked through a side door and into the huge farmhouse kitchen. Damn. Alright, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in a second. But then we'll be continuing with chapter 9. I just gotta take a small little break here real quick. Oh. I'm back. Let's continue on with chapter 9. How many chapters are there even? I don't know, but we'll see. Chapter 9. Letty's mother was prodding the huge fireplace with a poker, pushing the burning logs together. Old Mrs. Hemstock was stirring a bulbous pot on the stove with a large wooden spoon. She lifted the spoon to her mouth, blew on it theatrically, sipped from it, pursed her lips, and then added a pinch of something and a fistful of something else. She turned down the flame. Then she looked at me. From my wet hair to my bare feet, which were blue with cold. As I stood there, a puddle began to appear on the flagstone floor around me, and the drips of water from my dressing gown splashed into it. "Hot bath," said old Mrs. Hemstock, "or he'll catch his death." "That's what I said," said Letty. Letty's mother was already hauling a tin bath from beneath the kitchen table and filling it with steaming water from the enormous black kettle that hung above the fireplace. Pots of cold water were added until she pronounced it the perfect temperature. "Right, in you go," said old Mrs. Hemstock. "Spit spot." I looked at her, horrified. Was I going to have to undress in front of people I didn't know? "We'll wash your clothes and dry them for you, and mend that dressing gown," said Letty's mother. And she took the dressing gown from me. And she took the kitten, which I had barely realized I was still holding. And then she walked away. As quickly as possible, I shed my red nylon pajamas. The bottoms were soaked, and the legs were now ragged and ripped, and would never be whole again. I dipped my fingers into the water, and then I climbed in and sat in the tin bath in that reassuring kitchen in front of the huge fire. And I leaned back in the hot water. My feet began to throb as it came back to life. I knew that naked was wrong, but the Hemstocks seemed indifferent to my nakedness. Letty was gone, and my pajamas and dressing gown with her. Her mother was laying the table, getting out and arranging knives, forks, spoons, little jugs and bigger jugs, carving knives and wooden trenchers and arranging them. Old Mrs. Hemstock passed me a mug, filled with soup from the black pot on the stove. "Get that down, you. Heat you up from the inside first." The soup was rich and warming. I had never drunk soup in the bath before. It was a perfectly new experience. When I finished the mug, I gave it back to her, and in return, she passed me a large cake of white soap and a face flannel and said, "Now get scrubbing. Rub the life and the warmth back into your bones." She sat down into a rocking chair on the other side of the fire and rocked gently, not looking at me. I felt safe. It was as if the essence of grandmotherliness had been condensed into that one place, that one time. I was not at all afraid of Ursula Monckton, whatever she was, not then, not there. Young Mrs. Hemstock opened an oven door and took out a pie, its shiny crust brown and glistening, and put it in a window ledge to cool. I dried myself off with a towel they brought me, the fire's heat drying me as much as the towel did. Then Lady Hemstock returned and gave me a voluminous white thing, like a girl's nightdress, but made of white cotton, with long arms, and a skirt that draped to the floor, and a white cap. I hesitated to put it on, until I realized what it was. A nightgown. I had seen pictures of them in books. Wee Willie Winkie ran through the town wearing one in every book of nursery rhymes I had ever owned. I slipped into it. The nightcap was too big for me and fell down over my face, and Lady took it away once more. Dinner was wonderful. There was a joint of beef with roast potatoes, golden crisp on the outside and soft and white inside. Buttered greens, and I did not recognize. Buttered greens I did not recognize. Although, I think now that they might have been nettles. Roasted carrots, black-ended, and sweet. I did not think that I liked cooked carrots, so nearly did not eat one. But I was brave, and I tried it, and I liked it. I was disappointed in boiled carrots for the rest of my childhood. For dessert, we had the pie, stuffed with apples and with swollen raisins and crushed nuts, all topped with a thick yellow custard, creamier and richer than anything I had ever tasted at school or at home. The kitten slept on a cushion beside the fire until the end of the meal, when it joined a fog-colored house cat 4 times its size in a meal of scraps of meat. While we ate, nothing was said about what had happened to me, or why I was there. The Hemstock ladies talked about the farm. There was the door to the milking shed needed a new coat of paint, a cow named Rhiannon who looked to getting lame in her rear left leg, the path to be cleared on the way that led down to the reservoir. Is it just the 3 of you? I asked. Aren't there any men? Men? Hooted old Mrs. Hemstock. I don't know what blessed good a man would be. Nothing a man could do around this farm that I can't do twice as fast and 5 times as well. Letty said, We've had men here sometimes. They come and they go. Right now it's just us. Her mother nodded. They went off to seek their fate and fortune. Mostly the male Hemstocks. There's never any keeping them here when the call comes. They get a distant look in their eyes, and then we've lost them, good and proper. Next chance they gets, they're off to town, and even cities, and nothing but an occasional postcard to even show they were here at all. Old Mrs. Hemstock said, His parents are coming. They're driving here. They just passed Parsons' elm tree. The Badgers saw them. Is she with them? I asked. Ursula Monkton? Her? Said old Mrs. Hemstock, amused. That thing? Not her. I thought about it for a moment. It will make me go back with them, and then she'll lock me in the attic and let my daddy kill me when she gets bored. She said so. She may have told you that, Dux, said Letty's mother, but she ain't gonna do that, or anything like it. Or my name's not Ginny Hemstock. I liked the name Ginny, but I did not believe her, and I was not reassured. Soon the door to the kitchen would open, and my father would shout at me, or would wait until we got into the car. Or he would wait until we got into the car, and he would shout at me then. And it would take me back up the lane to my house, and I would be lost. Let's see, said Ginny Hemstock. We could be away when they get there. They could arrive last Tuesday, when there's nobody home. Out of the question, said the old woman. This complicates things, playing with time. We could turn the boy into something else so they'd never find him. Look how hard they might. I blinked. Was that even possible? I wanted to be turned into something. The kitten had finished its portion of meat scraps. Indeed, it seemed to have eaten more than the house cat. And now it leapt into my lap and began to wash itself. Ginny Hemstock got up and went out of the room. I wondered where she was going. We can't turn him into anything, said Letty, clearing the table of the last of the plates and cutlery. His parents will get frantic. And if they are being controlled by the flea, she'll just need the franticness. She'll just feed the franticness. Oh my god, I can't read. Next thing you know, we'll have the police dragging the reservoir, looking for him. Or worse, the ocean. The kitten lay down and curled up. wrapping around itself, and it was nothing more than a flattened circlet of fluffy black fur. It closed its vivid blue eyes, the color of an ocean, and it slept, and it purred. "Well," said old Mrs. Hemstock, "what do you suggest then?" Letty thought, pushing her lips together, moving them over to one side. Her head tipped, and I thought she was running through alternatives. Then her face brightened. "Snip and stitch," she said. "Snip and stitch," she said. Old Mrs. Hemstock sniffed. "You're a good girl," she said. "I'm not saying you're not, but snippage, well, you couldn't do that, not yet. You'd have to cut the edges out exactly, sew them back without the seam showing. And what would you cut out? The flea won't let you snip her. She's not in the fabric, she's outside of it." Ginny Hemstock returned. She was carrying my old dressing gown. "I put it through the mangle," she said, "but it's still damp. That'll make the edges harder to line up. You don't want to do needlework when it's still damp." She put the dressing gown down on the table in front of old Mrs. Hemstock. Then she pulled out from the front pocket of her apron a pair of scissors, black and old, a long needle, and a spool of red thread. "Rowan berry and red thread, stop a witch in her speed," I recited. It was something I had read in a book. "That'd work, and work well," said Letty. "If there are any witches involved in all of this, but there's not." Old Mrs. Hemstock was examining my dressing gown. It was brown and faded, with a sort of sepia tartan cross. It had been a present from my father's parents, my grandparents, several birthdays ago, when it had been comically big on me. "Probably," she said, as if she was talking to herself. "It would be best if your father was happy for you to stay the night here. But for that to happen, they couldn't be angry with you, or even worried." The black scissors were in her hand and already snipping them, when I heard a knock at the front door, and Ginny Hemstock got up to answer it. "Don't let them take me," I said to Letty. "Hush," she said. "I'm working here while grandmother's snipping. You just be sleepy and at peace, happy." I was far from happy, and not in the slightest bit sleepy. Letty leaned across the table and took my hand. "Don't worry," she said. And with that, the door opened, and my father and my mother were in the kitchen. I wanted to hide, but the kitten shifted reassuringly on my lap, and Letty smiled at me, a reassuring smile. "We are looking for our son," my father said. My father was saying, "and we have no reason to believe." And we have reason to believe. And even he was saying that my mother... And even as he was saying that, my mother was striding toward me. "There he is! Darling, we were so worried, silly. We were worried, silly." "You're in a lot of trouble, young man," said my father. Snip, snip, snip went the black scissors, and the irregular section of fabric that old Mrs. Hemstock had been cutting fell to the table. My parents froze. They stopped talking, stopped moving. My father's mouth was still open. My mother stood on one leg, as unmoving as if she were a shop window dummy. What did you do to them?" I was unsure whether or not I ought to be upset. Ginny Hemstock said, "They're fine. Just a little snipping and a little sewing, and it'll all be good as gold." She reached down to the table, pointed to the scrap of faded dressing gown, tartan resting upon it. "That's your dad and you in the hallway, and that's the bathtub." She snipped that out. "So without any of that, there's no reason for your daddy to be angry with you." I had not told them about the bathtub. I did not wonder about how she knew. Now the old woman was threading the needle with the red thread. She sighed theatrically. "Old eyes," she said. "Old eyes." But she licked the tip of the thread and pushed it through the eye of the needle without any apparent difficulty. "Letty, You need to know what his toothbrush looks like, said the old woman. She began to sew the edges of the dressing gown together with tiny, careful stitches. What's a toothbrush look like? Asked Letty. Quickly. It's green, I said. Bright green, a sort of appley green. It's not very big, just a green toothbrush, my size. I wasn't describing it very well, I knew. I pictured it in my head, tried to find something more about it that I could describe, to set it apart from all other toothbrushes. No good. I imagined it, saw it in my mind's eye, with the other toothbrushes, in its red and white spotted beaker above the bathroom sink. Got it, said Letty. Nice job. Very nicely done here, said old Mrs. Hemstock. Ginny Hemstock smiled, a huge smile, and it lit up her ruddy round face. Old Mrs. Hemstock picked up the scissors and snipped a final time, and a fragment of red thread fell to the tabletop. My mother's foot came down. She took a step and then she stopped. My father said, Ginny said, and it made our lady so happy that your boy would come here and stay the night. It's a bit old-fashioned here, I'm afraid. The old woman said, we've got an inside levee nowadays. I don't know how much more modern anybody could be. Outside levees and chamber pots were good enough for me. He ate a fine meal, said Ginny, didn't you? There was pie, I told my parents, for dessert. My father's brow was creased. He looked confused. Then he put his hand into the pocket of his car coat and pulled out something long and green, with toilet paper wrapped around the top. You forgot your toothbrush, he said. Thought you'd want it. Now, if he wants to come home, he can come home, my mother was saying to Ginny Hemstock. He went to stay the night at the Kovacs' house a few months ago, and by 9 he was calling us to come and get him. Christopher Kovacs was 2 years older and a head taller than me, and he lived with his mother in a large cottage opposite the entrance to our lane, by the old green water tower. His mother was divorced. I liked her. She was funny and drove a VW Beetle, the first I had ever seen. Christopher owned many books I had not read and was a member of the Puffin Club. I could read his Puffin books, but only if I went to his house. He would never let me borrow them. There was a bunk bed in Christopher's bedroom, although he was an only child. I was given the bottom bunk. The night I stayed there. Once I was in bed, and Christopher Kovacs' mother had said goodnight to us, and had turned out the bedroom light and closed the door, he leaned down and began squirting me with a water pistol he had hidden beneath his pillow. I had not known what to do. This isn't like when I went to Christopher Kovacs' house, I told my mother, embarrassed. I like it here. What are you wearing? She stared at my wee willy winky nightgown in puzzlement. Ginny said, he had a little accident. He's wearing that while his pajamas are drying. Oh, I see, said my mother. Well, good night, dear. Have a nice time with your new friend. She peered down at Letty. What's your name again, dear? Letty, said Letty Hemstock. Is it short for Letita? Asked my mother. I knew a Letita when I was at university. Of course, everybody called her Lettuce. Letty just smiled and did not say anything at all. My father put my toothbrush down on the table in front of me. I unwrapped the toilet paper around the head. It was, unmistakably, my green toothbrush. Under his car coat, my father was wearing a clean white shirt and no tie. I said, thank you. So, said my mother, what time should we be by to pick him up in the morning? Ginny smiled even wider. Oh, Letty will bring him back to you. We should give them some time to play tomorrow morning. Now, before you go, I baked some scones this afternoon. And she put some scones into a paper bag, which my mother took politely, and Ginny ushered her and my father out the door. I held my breath until I heard the sound of the rover being driven away back up the lane. What did you do to them? I asked, and then, is this really my toothbrush? That, said old Mrs. Hemstock, with satisfaction in her voice, was a very respectable job of snipping and stitching, if you ask me. She held up my dressing gown. I could not see where she had removed a piece, where she had stitched it up. It was seamless, the mend invisible. She pushed a scrap of fabric that she had cut across the table. Here's your evening, she said. You can keep it, if you wish, but if I were you, I'd burn it. Okay. The rain pattered against the window, and the wind rattled the window frames. I picked up the jagged-edged sliver of cloth. It was damp. I got up, waking the kitten, who sprang off and vanished into the shadows. I walked over to the fireplace. If I burned this, I asked him, would it have really happened? Will my daddy have pushed me down into the bath? Will I forget it ever happened? Jeannie Hemstock was no longer smiling. Now she looked concerned. What do you want? She asked. I want to remember, I said, because it happened to me, and I'm still me. I threw the little scrap of cloth onto the fire. There was a crackle, and the cloth smoked and then began to burn. I was under the water. I was holding onto my father's tie. I thought he was going to kill me. I screamed. I was lying on the flagstone floor on the Hemstock's kitchen, and I was rolling and screaming. My foot felt like I had trodden barefoot on a burning cinder. The pain was intense. There was another pain, too, deep inside my chest, more distant, not as sharp. A discomfort, not a burning. Ginny was beside me. What's wrong? My foot, it's on fire. It hurts so much. She examined it, then licked her finger, touched it to the hole in the sole from which I had pulled the worm 2 days before. Then there was a hissing noise, and the pain in my foot began to ease. And never seen one of these before, said Ginny Hemstock. How did you get it? There was a worm inside it, I told her. That was how it came with us, from the place with the orangey sky, in my foot. And then I looked at Letty, who had crouched beside me, and now holding my hand, and I said, I brought it back. It was my fault. I'm sorry. Old Mrs. Hemstock was the last to reach me. She leaned over, pulled the sole of my foot up and into the light. Nasty, she said, and very clever. She left a hole inside you so she could use it again. She could have hidden inside you if she needed to, used you as a door to go home. No wonder she wanted to keep you in the attic. So, let's strike while the iron's hot, as the soldier said when he entered the laundry. She propped a hole in my foot with her finger. It still hurt, but the pain had faded a little. Now it felt like a throbbing headache in my foot. Something fluttered in my chest, like a tiny moth, and then was still. Old Mrs. Hemstock said, Can you be brave? I did not know. I did not think so. It seemed to me that all I had done so far that night was to run from things. She was holding the needle she had used to sew up my dressing gown, and she grasped it now, not as if she were going to sew with it, but as if she were planning to stab me. I pulled my foot back. What are you going to do? Letty squeezed my hand. She's going to make the hole go away, she said. I'll hold your hand. You don't have to look, not if you don't want to. It was still hurt, I said. Stuff and nonsense, said the old woman. She pulled my foot toward her, so the sole was facing her, and then stabbed the needle down. Not into my foot, I realized, but into the hole itself. It did not hurt. And then she twisted the needle and pulled it back towards her. I watched, amazed as something that glistened. It seemed black at first, then translucent, then reflective like mercury, was pulled out from the sole of my foot and to the end of the needle. I could feel it leaving my leg. It seemed to travel up all the way inside me, up my leg, through my groin and my stomach and into my chest. I felt it leave me with relief. The burning sensation abated as it did my terror. My heart pounded strangely. I watched old Mrs. Hemstock reel the thing in, and I was still unable somehow to entirely make sense of what I was seeing. It was a hole with nothing around it, over 2 feet long, thinner than an earthworm, like the shed skin of a translucent snake. And then she stopped reeling it in. "It doesn't want to come out," she said. "It's holding on." There was a coldness in my heart, as if a chip of ice were lodged there. The old woman gave an expert flick with her wrist, and the glistening thing was dangling from her needle. I found myself thinking, now not of mercury, but of the silvery slime that trails the silvery slime trails that snails leave in the garden. And it no longer went into my foot. She let go of my sole, and I pulled my foot back. The tiny round hole had vanished completely, as if it had never been there. Old Mrs. Hemstock cackled with glee. "Thinks she's so clever," she said, "leaving her way home inside the boy." "Is that clever? I don't think that's clever. I wouldn't give tuppence for the lot of them." Ginny Hemstock produced an empty jam jar, and the old woman put the bottom of the dangling thing into it, and then raised the jar to hold it. At the end, she slipped the glistening, invisible trail of the needle, and put the lid on the jam jar, with a decisive flick of her bony wrist. "Ha!" she said, and again, "Ha!" Letty said, "Can I see it?" She took the jam jar, held it up to the light. Inside the jar, the thing had begun lazily to uncurl. It seemed to be floating, as if the jar had been filled with water. It changed color as it caught the light in different ways, sometimes black and sometimes silver. An experiment that I had found in a book of things boys could do, and which I had, of course, done. If you take an egg and blacken it completely with soot from a candle flame, and then put it into a clear container filled with salt water, it will float in the water, and it will seem to be silver, a peculiar artificial silver that is only a trick of the light. I thought of that egg then. Letty seemed fascinated. "You're right. She left her way home inside him. No wonder she didn't want him to leave." I said, I'm sorry I let go of your hand, Letty." "Oh, hush," she said. "It's always too late for sorries, but I appreciate the sentiment, and next time you'll keep hold of my hand no matter what she throws at us." I nodded. The ice chip in my heart seemed to warm then, and melt, and I began to feel whole and safe once more. "So," said Ginny, we've got her way home, and we've got the boy safe. That's a good night's work. Or I don't know what is." She's got the boy's parents," said old Mrs. Hemstock, "and his sister. And we can't just leave her free as a daisy. Remember it happened in Cromwell's day? And before that, when Red Rufus was running around? Fleas attract varmints. She said it was her natural law." "That can wait until tomorrow," said Ginny. "Now, Letty, take the lad and find a room for him to sleep in. He's had a long day." The black kitten was curled up in a rocking chair beside the fireplace. "Can I bring the kitten with me?" "If you don't," said Letty, she'll come just and find you. She'll just come and find you." Ginny produced 2 candlesticks, the kind with big round handles, each one with a shapeless blob of white wax in it. She lit a wooden taper from the kitchen fire, and then transferred the flame first on the candle wick and then to the other. She handed a candle to me, the other to Letty. "Don't you have electricity?" I asked. There were electric lights in the kitchen, big old-fashioned bulbs hanging from the ceiling, filaments glowing. Not in that part of the house, said Letty. The kitchen's new, sort of. Put your hand in front of your candle as you walk so it doesn't blow out. She cupped her hand around the flame as she said this, and I copied her and walked behind her. The black kitten followed us out of the kitchen, through a wooden door painted white, down a step and into a farmhouse. It was dark, and our candles cast huge shadows, so it looked to me as if we walked, as if everything was moving, pushed and shaped by the shadows. The grandfather clock and the stuffed animals and birds. Were they stuffed? I wondered. Did that owl move? Or was it just a candle flame that made me think that it had turned its head as we passed? The hall table, the chairs, all of them moved, and all of them stayed perfectly still. We went up to the set of stairs. Or we went up a set of stairs. And then up some steps. And we passed an open window. Moonlight spilled onto the stairs, brighter than our candle flames. I glanced up through the window, and I saw the full moon. The cloudless sky was splashed with stars beyond all counting. That's the moon, I said. Gran likes it like that, said Lady Hemstock. But it was a crescent moon yesterday, and now it's full. And it was raining. It is raining, but now it's not. Gran likes the full moon to shine on the side of the house. She says it's restful, and it reminds her of when she was a girl, said Letty. And you don't trip on the stairs. The kitten followed us up the stairs in a sequence of bounces. It made me smile. At the top of the house was Letty's room, and beside it another room. And it was this room that we entered. A fire blazed in the hearth, illuminating the room with oranges and yellows. The room was warm and inviting. The bed had posts at each corner, and it had its own curtains. It had seen something like it in cartoons, but never in real. I had seen something like that in cartoons, but never in real life. There's clothes already set out for you to put on in the morning, said Letty. I'll be asleep in the room next door if you want me. Just shout or knock if you need anything, and I'll come in. Gran said for you to use the inside lavatory, but it's a long way through the house, and you might get lost. So if you need to do your business, there's a chamber pot under the bed, same as there's always been. I blew out my candle and pushed through the curtains into the bed. The room was warm, but the sheets were cold. The bed shook as something landed on it. And then small feet paddled in up the blankets. And a warm, fairy presence pushed itself into my face, and the kitten began softly to purr. There was still a monster in my house, and in a fragment of time that had perhaps been snipped out of reality, my father had pushed me down into the water of the bath and tried perhaps to drown me. I had run for miles through the dark. I had seen my father kissing and touching the thing that called itself Ursula Monkton. The dread had not left my soul. But there was a kitten on my pillow, and it was purring in my face and vibrating gently with every purr. And very soon, I slept. Okay, I need my eyes to just adjust for a second here real quick, guys. But that was chapter 9. We're making a good progress here. Oh, just give me a moment. God. Okay. Chapter 10. I had strange dreams in that house that night. I woke myself in the darkness, and I knew only that a dream had scared me so badly I had to wake up or die. And yet, Try as I might, I could not remember what I had dreamed. The dream was haunting me, standing behind me, present and invisible, like the back of my head, simultaneously there and not there. I missed my father, and I missed my mother, and I missed my bed in my house, only a mile or so away. I missed yesterday, before Ursula Monkton, before my father's anger, before the bathtub. I wanted that yesterday back again, and I wanted it so badly. I tried to pull the dream that had upset me to the front of my mind, but it would not come. There was betrayal in it. I knew, and loss and time. The dream left me scared to go back to sleep. The fireplace was almost dark now, with only the deep red glow of embers in the hearth to mark that it had once been burning, once had given life, a light. I climbed down from the 4-poster bed, felt beneath it until I found the heavy china chamber pot. I hitched up my nightgown and used it. Then I walked to the window and looked out. The moon was still full, but now it was low in the sky and a dark orange, what my mother called a harvest moon. But things were harvested in autumn, I knew, not in spring. In the orange moonlight, I could see an old woman. I was almost certain it was old Mrs. Hemstock, although it was hard to see her face properly, walking up and down. She had a big, long stick she was leaning on as she walked, like a staff. She reminded me of the soldiers on parade I had seen on a trip to London, outside Buckingham Palace, as they marched backwards and forwards on parade. I watched her, and I was comforted. I climbed back into my bed in the dark, laid my head on the empty pillow, and thought, I'll never go back to sleep, not now. And then I opened my eyes and saw that it was morning. There were clothes I had never seen before on a chair by the bed. There were 2 china jugs of water, one steaming hot, one cold, beside a bowl that I realized was a hand basin, set into a small wooden table. There was a fluffy black kitten on the foot of the bed. It opened its eyes as I sat up. They were a vivid blue-green, unnatural and odd, like the sea in summer, and it meowed in a high-pitched, questioning noise. I stroked it, and then I got out of bed. I mixed the hot water and the cold in the basin, and I washed my face and hands. I cleaned my teeth with the cold water. There was no toothpaste, but there was a small round tin box on which was written Max Melton's remarkably efficacious tooth powder in old-fashioned letters. I put some of the white powder on my green toothbrush and cleaned my teeth with it. It tasted minty and lemony in my mouth. I examined the clothes. They were unlike anything I had ever worn before. There were no underpants. There was a white undershirt with no buttons, but with a long tail. There were brown trousers that stopped at the knees, long white stockings, and a chestnut-colored jacket with a V cut into it in the back, like a swallow's tail. The light brown socks were more like stockings. I put the clothes on as best I could, wishing there were zips or clasps rather than hooks or buttons, and stiff, unyielding buttonholes. The shoes had silver buckles in the front, but the shoes were too big and did not fit me, so I went out of the room in my stockinged feet, and the kitten followed me. To reach my room the night before, I had walked upstairs, and at the top of the stairs turned left. Now I turned right, and walked past Letty's bedroom. The door was ajar, the room was empty, and made for the stairs. But the stairs were not where I remembered them. The corridor ended in a blank wall and a window that looked out over woodland and fields. The black kitten with the blue-green eyes meowed loudly, as if to attract my attention, and turned back down the corridor in a self-important strut, tail held high. It had led me down the hall, around the corner, down a passage I had never seen before, to a staircase. The kitten bounced amiably down the stairs, and I followed. Ginny Hemstock was standing at the foot of the stairs. "You slept long and well," she said. "We've already milked the cows, your breakfast is on the table, and there's a saucer of cream by the fireplace for your friend." "Where's Letty, Mrs. Hemstock?" "Off on an errand, getting stuff she may need. It has to go. The thing in your house, or there will be trouble, and worse will follow. She's already bound it once, and it slipped the bound, so she needs to send it home." "I just want Ursula Monkton to go away," I said. "I hate her." Ginny Hemstock put out a finger, ran it across my jacket. "It's not what anyone else hereabouts is wearing these days," she said. "But my ma'am put a little glamour on it, so it's not as if anyone will notice. You can walk around it at all you want, and not a soul will think there's anything odd about it." "No shoes?" "They didn't fit." "I'll leave something that will fit you by the back door then." "Thank you," she said. "I don't hate her. She does what she does, according to her nature. She was asleep. She woke up. She's trying to give everyone what they want." "She hasn't given me anything I want. She says she wants to put me in the attic." "That's as maybe. You were her way here, and it's a dangerous thing to be at the door." She tapped my chest, above my heart, with her forefinger. "And she was better off where she was. We would have sent her home safely. Done it for her kind a dozen times. But she's headstrong, that one. No teaching them. Right, your breakfast is on the table. I'll be up in the 9-acre field if anyone needs me." There was a bowl of porridge on the kitchen table, and beside it, a saucer with a lump of golden honeycomb in it, and a jug of rich yellow cream. I spooned up a piece of the honeycomb and mixed it into the thick porridge, and then I poured in the cream. There was toast too, cooked beneath the grill, as my father cooked it, with homemade blackberry jam. There was the best cup of tea I had ever drunk. By the fireplace, the kitten lapped at a saucer of creamy milk, and purred so loudly I could hear it across the room. I wish I could purr too. I would have purred then. Letty came in, carrying a shopping bag, the old-fashioned kind. Elderly women used to carry them to the shops. Big woven bags that were almost baskets. Raffia work outside and lined with cloth with rope handles. This basket was almost full. Her cheek had been scratched. It had bled, although the blood had dried. She looked miserable. "Hello," I said. "Well," she said, "let me tell you, if you think that was fun, that wasn't any fun, not one bit. Mandrakes are so loud when you pull them up. And I didn't have earplugs. And I swapped it for a shadow bottle. An old-fashioned one with lots of shadows dissolved in vinegar." She buttered some toast, then crushed a lump of golden honeycomb on it, and started munching. "And that was just to get me to the bazaar. And they aren't even mean to be open yet. But I got most of what I needed there. Can I cook? If you want to." I looked into the basket. It was filled with broken toys, dolls' eyes and heads and hands, cars with no wheels, clipped cat's eye glass marbles. Letty reached up and took down the jam jar from the window ledge. Inside it, the silvery translucent wormhole shifted and twisted and spiraled and turned. Letty dropped it into a shopping bag with the broken toys. The kitten slept and ignored us entirely. Letty said, "You don't have to come with me. For this bit, you can stay here while I go and talk to her." Thought about it. "I'd feel safer with you," I told her. She did not look happy at this. She said, "Let's go down to the ocean." The kitten opened its two blue eyes and stared at us disinterestedly as we left. There were black leather boots, like riding boots, waiting for me by the back door. They looked old, but well cared for, and were just my size. I put them on, although I felt more comfortable in sandals. Together, Lady and I walked down to her ocean, by which I mean the pond. We sat on the old bench and looked at the placid brown surface of the pond, and the lily pads, and the scum of duckweed by the water's edge. You aren't people, I say. Are too. Shook my head. I bet you don't actually look like that. I said, not really. Lady shrugged. Nobody looks like what they really are on the inside. You don't, I don't. People are much more complicated than that. It's true of everybody. I said, are you a monster? Like Ursula Monkton? Letty threw a pebble into the pond. I don't think so, she said. Monsters come in all shapes and sizes. Some of them are things people are scared of. Some of them are things that look like things people used to be scared of a long time ago. Sometimes monsters are things people should be scared of, but they aren't. I said, people should be scared of Ursula Monkton. Perhaps. What do you think Ursula Monkton is scared of? I don't know. Why do you think she's scared of anything? She's a grown-up, isn't she? Grown-ups and monsters aren't scared of things. Oh, monsters are scared, said Letty. And as for grown-ups? She stopped talking, rubbed her freckled nose with a finger. Then, I'm going to tell you something important. Grown-ups don't look like grown-ups on the inside either. Outside, they're big and thoughtless, and they will always know what they're doing. Inside, they look just like they always have. Like they did when they were your age. The truth is, there aren't any grown-ups. Not one in the whole wide world. She thought for a moment, and then she smiled. Except for Granny, of course. We sat there, side by side, on the old wooden bench, not saying anything. Thought about adults. I wondered if that was true. If they're all really children wrapped in adult bodies. Like children's books hidden in the middle of dull, long books. The kind with no pictures or conversations. I love my ocean, Letty said in the end. It's just pretending, though, I told her, feeling like I was letting childhood down by admitting it. Your pond, it's an ocean. It's not an ocean. It can't be. Oceans are way bigger than seas. Your pond is just a pond. It's as big as it needs to be, said Letty Hemstock. Nettled, she sighed. We'd better get on with sending Ursula, what's-her-name, back to where she came from. Then she said, I do know what she's scared of. And you know what? I'm scared of them too. The kitten was nowhere to be seen when we returned to the kitchen, although the fog-colored cat was sitting on a windowsill, staring out at the world. The breakfast things had been all tidied up and put away, and my red pajamas and my dressing gown, neatly folded, were waiting for me on the table, in a large brown paper bag, along with my green toothbrush. You won't let her get me, will you? I asked Letty. She shook her head, and together we walked up the winding, flinty lane that led to my house, and to the thing who called herself Ursula Monkton. I carried the brown paper bag with my nightwear in it, and Letty carried her too big for her raffia shopping bag, filled with broken toys, which she had obtained in exchange for a mandrake that screamed and shadows dissolved in vinegar. Children, as I have said, use back ways and hidden tracks, while adults take roads and official paths. We went off the road, took a shortcut that Letty knew that led us through some fields, then into the extensive abandoned gardens of a rich man's crumbling house. And then back on the lane again. We came out just before the place I had gone over the metal fence. Letty sniffed the air. No varmints yet, she said. That's good. What are varmints? She said only, you know when you see him. And I hope you'll never see him. Are we going to sneak in? Why would you do that? We'll go up the drive and through the front door, like gentry. We started up the drive. I said, are you going to make a spell and send her away? We don't do spells, she said. She sounded like a little disappointed to admit it. We'll do recipes sometimes, but no spells or cantrips. Gran doesn't hold with none of that. She says it's common. So what's the stuff in the shopping bag for then? It's to stop things traveling when you don't want them to. Mark boundaries. In the morning sunlight, my house looked so welcoming and friendly. Warm red bricks and a red tile roof. Letty reached into the shopping bag. She took a marble from it, pushed it into the still damp soil. Then, instead of going into the house, she turned left, walking the edge of the property. By Mr. Wallery's vegetable patch, we stopped and she took something else from her shopping bag. A headless, legless pink doll body with badly chewed hands. She buried it inside the pea plants. We picked some pea pods, opened them, and ate the peas inside. Peas baffled me. I could not understand why grown-ups would take things that tasted so good raw and then put them in tins and make them revolting. Lady placed a toy wolf, the small plastic kind you would find in a children's zoo, on an ark in the coal shed beneath a large lump of coal. The coal shed smelled of damp and blackness and of old, crushed forests. Will these things make her go away? No. Then what are they for? To stop her going away. But we want her to go away. No, we want her to go home. I stared at her short brown hair, her snub nose, her freckles. She looked 3 or 4 years older than me. She might have been 3,000 or 4,000 years older, or 1,000 times again. I would have trusted her to the gates of hell and back. But still, I wish you'd explain properly, I said. You talk in mysteries all the time. I was not scared, though, and I could not have told you why I was not scared. I trusted Letty, just as I had trusted her when she had gone in search of the flapping thing beneath the orange sky. I believed in her, and that meant I had come to no harm while I was with her. I knew it in a way. I knew that grass was green, that roses had sharp, woody thorns, that breakfast cereal was sweet. We went into the house through the front door. It was not locked, unless we went away on holidays. I do not ever remember it being locked, and we went inside. My sister was practicing the piano in the front room. We went in. She heard the noise, stopped playing chopsticks, and turned around. She looked at me curiously. What happened last night? She asked. I thought you were in trouble, but then Mommy and Daddy came back and you were just staying with your friends. Why would they say you were sleeping at your friends? You don't have any friends. She noticed Letty. Who's this? My friend, I told her. Where's the horrible monster? Don't call her that, said my sister. She's nice. She's having a lie down. My sister did not say anything about my clothes. Lady Hemstock took a broken xylophone from her shopping bag and dropped it on the scree of toys that had accumulated between the piano and the blue toy box with the detached lid. There, she said. Now it's time to go and say hello. The first faint stirrings of fear inside my chest, inside my mind. Go up to her room, you mean? Yep. What's she doing up there? Still giving people money, said Letty. Only local people so far. She finds what they think they need and she tries to give it to them. She's doing it to make the world into something she'll be happier in. Somewhere more comfortable for her. Somewhere cleaner. And she doesn't care so much about giving them money. Not anymore. Now what she cares about more is people hurting. As we went up the stairs, Letty placed something on each step. A clear glass marble with a twist of green inside it. One of the little metal objects we call knuckle bones. A bead, a pair of bright blue doll's eyes, connected at the back with white plastic to make them open or close. A small horseshoe magnet, a black pebble, a badge, the kind that came attached to birthday cards with "I am 7" on it, a book of matches, a plastic ladybird with a black magnet in the case, a toy car half squashed, its wheels gone, and last of all, a lead soldier. It was missing a leg. We were at the top of the stairs. The bedroom was closed. Letty said, "She won't put you in the attic." Then, without knocking, she opened the door and she went into the bedroom that had once been mine, and reluctantly I followed. Ursula Monkton was laying on the bed with her eyes closed. She was the first adult woman who was not my mother that I had seen naked, and I glanced at her curiously. But the room was more interesting to me than she was. It was my old bedroom, but it wasn't. Not anymore. There was the little yellow hand basin, just my size, and the walls were still robin's egg blue, as they had been when it was mine. But now, strips of cloth hung from the ceiling, gray, ragged cloth strips, like bandages. Some only a foot long, others dangling almost all the way to the floor. The window was open, and the wind rustled and pushed them. So they swayed, grayly, and it seemed as if perhaps the room was moving, like a tent, or a ship at sea. "You have to go now," said Letty. Ursula Monkton sat up on the bed, and then she opened her eyes, which were the same gray as the hanging cloths. She said in a voice that still sounded half asleep, "I wondered what I would have to do to bring you both here, and now look, you came." "You didn't bring us here," said Letty. "We came because we wanted to, and I came to give you one last chance to go." "I'm not going now," said Ursula Monkton, and she sounded petulant, like a very small child who wanted something. "I've only just got here. I have a house now. I have pets. His father is just the sweetest thing. I'm making people happy. There's nothing like me anywhere in this whole world. I was looking just now when you came in. I'm the only one there is. They can't defend themselves. They don't know how. So this is the best place in the whole world." She smiled at us both, brightly. She really was pretty for a grown-up. But when you are 7, beauty is an abstraction, not an imperative. I wonder what I would have done if she had smiled at me like that now. Would I have handed my mind over, or my heart, or my identity to her for the asking, as my father did? "Think this world's like that?" said Letty. "You think it's easy, but it ain't." "Of course it is. What are you saying? That you and your family will defend this world against me? You're the only one who ever leaves the borders of your farm, and you try to bind me without knowing my name. Your mother wouldn't have been that foolish. I'm not scared of you, little girl." Letty reached deep into the shopping bag. She pulled out the jam jar with the translucent wormhole inside and held it out. "Here's your way back," she said. "I'm being kind, and I'm being nice. Trust me. Take it. I don't think you can get any nearer to home than the place we met you, with the orange sky, but that's far enough. I can't get you from there to where you came from in the first place. I asked Gran, and she says it isn't there anymore. But once you're back, we can find a place for you. Somewhere similar. Somewhere you'll be happy. Somewhere you'll be safe." Ursula Monkton got off the bed. She stood up and looked down at us. There were no lightnings wreathing her. No, not any longer. But she was scarier standing naked in a bedroom than she had been floating in the storm. She was an adult. No, more than an adult. She was old, and I have never felt more like a child. "I'm so happy here," she said. "So very, very happy." And then she said, almost regretfully, "You're not." I heard a sound, A soft, raggedy flapping sound. The gray cloths began to detach themselves from the ceiling, one by one. They fell, but not in a straight line. They fell toward us, from all over the room, as if we were magnets pulling them toward our bodies. The first strip of gray cloth landed on the back of my left hand, and it stuck there. I reached out my right hand, and it grabbed it, and I pulled the cloth off. It adhered for a moment, and as it pulled off, it made a sucking sound. There was a discolored patch on the back of my left hand, where the cloth had been, and it was as red as if it had been sucking on it for a long, long time, longer and hotter than I had ever had in real life. And it was beaded with blood. There were pinpricks of red wetness that smeared as I touched them. And then a long bandage cloth began to attach onto itself to my legs, and I moved away as a cloth landed on my face and my forehead, and another wrapped itself over my eyes, blinding me. So I pulled at the cloth of my eyes, but now another cloth circled my wrists, bound them together, and my arms were wrapped and bound to my body, and I stumbled and fell to the floor. If I pulled against the cloths, they hurt me. My world was gray, and I gave up then. I lay there and did not move, concentrated only on breathing through the space the cloth strips had left for my nose. They held me, and it felt alive. I lay there, and I listened. There was nothing else I could do. Ursula said, "I need the boy safe. I promised to keep him in the attic, so the attic it shall be. But you, little farm girl, what shall I do with you? Something appropriate. Perhaps I ought to turn you inside out, so your heart and brains and flesh are all on the outside, and the skin's inside. Then I'll keep you wrapped up into my room here, with your eyes staring forever at the darkness inside yourself. I can do that." "No," said Letty. She sounded sad. I thought, actually you can't. And I gave you your chance. "You threatened me. Empty threats." "I don't make threats," said Letty. "I really wanted you to have a chance." And then she said, "When you looked around the world for things like you, didn't you wonder why there weren't lots of other old things around? No, you never wondered. You were so happy it was just you here. You never stopped to think. Gran always calls your sort of thing fleas. Skartak of the keep. I mean, she could call you anything. I think she thinks fleas is funny. She don't mind your kind. She says you're harmless enough. Just a bit stupid. That's because there are things that eat fleas in this part of creation. Varmints, Gran calls them. She don't like them at all. She says they're mean, and they're hard to get rid of, and they're always hungry." "I'm not scared," said Ursula Monkton. She sounded scared. And then she said, "How did you know my name?" "Went looking for it this morning. We're looking for other things too. Some boundary markers to keep you from running too far, getting into more trouble. And a trail of breadcrumbs that led straight here to this room. Now, open the bottle. Take out the doorway, and let's send you home." I waited for Ursula Monkton to respond, but she said nothing. There was no answer, only the slamming of a door and the sound of footsteps, fast and pounding, running down the stairs. Letty's voice was close to me, and it said she could have been better off staying here and taking me up on my offer. I felt her hands tugging at the cloths in my face. They came free with a wet, sucking sound, but they no longer felt alive. And when they came off, they fell to the ground and lay there, unmoving. This time, there was no blood beaded on my skin. The worst thing that had happened was that my arms and legs had gone to sleep. Letty helped me to my feet. She did not look happy. "Where did she go?" I asked. "She's followed the trail out of the house, and she's scared. Poor thing, she's so scared." You're scared too. A bit, yes. Right about now, she's going to find it. She's trapped inside the bounds I put down. I expect, said Letty. We went out of the bedroom, where the toy soldier at the top of the stairs had been. There was now a rip. That's the best I could describe it. It was as if someone had taken a photograph of the stairs and then torn out the soldier from the photograph. There was nothing in the space where the soldier had been but a dim grayness that hurt my eyes if I looked at it for too long. What's she scared of? You heard. Varmints. Are you scared of varmints, laddie? She hesitated just a moment too long. Then she said simply, yes. But aren't you scared of her? Of Ursula? I can't be scared of her. Just like Gran says, she's like a flea. All puffed up with pride and power and lust, like a flea, bloated with blood. But she couldn't have hurt me. I've seen of dozens like her in my time. One has come through in Cromwell's days. Now there was something to talk about. He made folk lonely, that one. They'd hurt themselves to make the loneliness stop. Gouge out their eyes or jump down wells. And all the while, the great lummoking thing sits in the cellar of the Duke's head, looking like a squat toad big as a bulldog. We were at the bottom of the stairs, walking down the hall. How do you know where she went? Oh, she couldn't have gone anywhere but the way I laid out for her. In the front room of my sister, she was playing. In the front room, my sister was still playing chopsticks on the piano. We walked out of the front door. He was nasty, that one, back in Cromwell's day. But we got him out of there just before the Hungerbirds came. Hungerbirds? What Gran called varmints. The cleaners. It didn't sound bad. I knew that Ursula had been scared of them, but I wasn't. Why would you be scared of cleaners? Okay, guys, I gotta take a little break again real quick, but we're gonna continue with chapter 11 right after that. Just give me a few moments. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, but the lighting here in the room right now is a bit bad, so sometimes during the reading my eyes strain a bit, so I have to take a little break. But yeah, we're back. We caught up with Ursula Monkton on the lawn by the rose bushes. She was holding the jam jar with the drifting wormhole inside it. She looked strange. She tugged at the lid and then stopped and looked up at the sky. And then she looked back to the jam jar once more. She ran over to my beech tree, the one with the rope ladder, and she threw the jar as hard as she could against the trunk, as if she was trying to break it, and she failed. The jar simply bounced off and landed on the moss that half covered the tangle of roots and lay there, undamaged. Ursula Monkton glared at Letty. "Why?" she said. "You know why," said Letty. "Why would you let them in?" She had started to cry. Why would you let them in? She had started to cry, and I felt uncomfortable. I did not know what to do when adults cried. It was something I had only seen twice before in my life. I had seen my grandparents cry when my aunt had died in hospital, and I had seen my mother cry. Adults should not weep, I knew. They did not have mothers who would comfort them. I wondered if Ursula Monkton had ever had a mother. She had mud on her face and on her knees, and she was wailing. I heard a sound in the distance, odd and outlandish, a low thrumming, as if someone had plucked at a taut piece of string. "It won't be me that lets them in," Letty said. "They go where they want to. They usually don't come here because there's nothing for them to eat. Now there is." "Send me back," said Ursula Monkton. And now I did not think she looked even faintly human. Her face was wrong. Somehow an accidental assemblage of features that simply put me in mind of a human face. Like the knobbly gray whorls and lumps on the side of my beech tree. Or the patterns in the headboard of the bed at my grandmother's house, which, if I looked at them wrongly in the moonlight, showed me an old man with his mouth open wide as if he were screaming. Letty picked up the jar from the green moss and twisted the lid. "You've gone and got it stuck tight," she said. She walked over to the rock path, turned the jam jar upside down, holding it at the bottom, and banged it. Lid slid side open. The lid side down once, confidently against the ground. And then she turned it the right side up and twisted. This time the lid came off in her hand. She passed the jam jar to Ursula Monkton, who reached inside it and pulled out the translucent thing that had once been a hole in my foot. It writhed and wriggled and flexed seemingly in delight at her touch. She threw it down. It fell onto the grass and it grew. Only it didn't grow. It changed. As if it was closer to me than I had thought. I could see through it from the end of the other to the other. From the end to the other. I could have run down it if the far end of the tunnel had not ended in a bitter orange sky. As I stared at it, my chest twinged again, an ice-cold feeling, as if I had just eaten so much ice cream that I had chilled my insides. Ursula Monkton walked toward the tunnel mouth. How could that be a tunnel? I could not understand it. It was still a glistening, translucent, silver-black wormhole on the grass, no more than a foot or so long. It was as if I had zoomed in on something small, I suppose, but it was still a tunnel, and you could have taken a house through it. And then she stopped and she waited. She said, "The way back." Only that. "Incomplete," she said. "It's broken. That's the last of the gate, isn't there? The last of the gate isn't there." And she looked around her, troubled and puzzled. She focused on me, not my face, but my chest, and she smiled. Then she shook. One moment she was an adult woman, naked and muddy. The next, she was a flesh-colored umbrella she unfurled. And as she unfurled, she stretched out, and she grabbed me, pulled me up high off the ground, and reached out in fear and held her in my turn. I was holding flesh. I was 15 feet or more above the ground, as high as a tree. I was not holding flesh. I was holding old fabric, a perished, rotting canvas, and beneath it, I could feel wood. Not good, solid wood, but the kind of old wood I'd find where the trees had crumbled. The kind that always felt wet, that could pull apart with my fingers. Soft wood with tiny beetles in it, and wood lice, all filled with thread-like fungus. It cracked and swayed as it held me. "You have blocked the ways," it said to Lady Hemstock. "I never blocked that nothing," Letty said. "You've got my friend. Put him down." She was a long way beneath me, and I was scared of heights, and I was scared of the creature that was holding me. "The path is incomplete. The ways are blocked." "Put him down now, safely." "He completes the path. The path is inside him." I was certain that I would die then. Did not want to die. My parents had told me that I would not really die, not the real me. That nobody really died. When they died, that my kitten and the opal miner had just taken new bodies and would be back again, soon enough. I did not know if it was true or not. I knew only that I was used to being me, and I liked my books and my grandparents and Lady Hemstock, and that death would take all things away from me. "I will open him. The way is broken. It remains inside him." I would have kicked. There was nothing to kick against. I pulled with my finger at the limb holding me, but my fingernails dug into rotting cloth and soft wood, and beneath it, wood as hard as bone, and the thing that held me close. "Let me go," I shouted. "Let me go." "No." "Mommy," I shouted. "Daddy." And then, "Letty, make her put me down." My parents were not there. Letty was. She said, "Skartak, put him down. I gave you a choice before. Sending you home will be harder with the end of your tunnel inside him, but we can do it. And Gran can do if Mom and me can't. So put him down." We get a knife. Oh, that's a really cool illustration. Double pages again. "It is inside him. It is not a tunnel. Not any longer. It is a door. It is a gate. It crept up, so now it is inside him. All I need to do to get away from here is to reach into his chest and pull out his beating heart and finish the path." It was talking without words, the faceless, flapping thing talking directly inside my head, and yet there was something in its words that reminded me of Ursula Monkton's pretty musical voice. I knew it meant what I'd said. "All of your choices are used up," said Letty, as if she were telling us the sky was blue. And she raised 2 fingers to her lips, and shrill and sweet and piercing sharp she whistled. They came. High in the sky where they were, and black, jet black, so black it seemed as they were specks on my eyes, not real things at all. They had wings, but they were not birds. They were older than birds, and they flew in circles and in loops and whirls, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, and each, flapping, unburdened slowly, ever so slowly, descended. I found myself imagining a valley filled with dinosaurs millions of years ago, who had died in battle or of disease, imagining first the carcasses of the rotting thunder lizards, bigger than buses, then the vultures of that aeon, gray-black, naked, winged but featherless, faces from nightmares, beak-like snouts filled with needle-sharp teeth, made for rending and tearing and devouring, and hungry red eyes. These creatures would have descended of the corpses of the great thunder lizards and left nothing but bones. Huge they were, and sleek and ancient, and it hurt my eyes to look at them. "Now," said Lady Hemstock to Ursula Monkton, "put him down." The thing that helped me made no move to drop me. It said nothing, just moved swiftly, like a raggedy tall ship, across the grass toward the tunnel. I could see the anger in Lady Hemstock's face. Her fists clenched so tightly the knuckles were white. I could see above us the hunger birds circling around. And then one of them dropped from the sky, dropped faster than the mind could imagine. I felt a rush of air beside me. I saw a black jaw filled with needles and eyes that burned like gas jets. And I heard a ripping noise, like a curtain being torn apart. The flying thing swooped back into the sky with a length of gray cloth between its jaws. I heard a voice wailing inside my head, and out of it, and the voice was Ursula Monkton's. They descended. Then, as if they had all been waiting for the first of their number to move, they fell down from the sky, onto the thing that held me. Nightmares tearing at a nightmare, pulling off strips of fabric, and through it all, I heard Ursula Monkton crying. "I only gave them what they needed," she was saying, petulant and afraid. "I made them happy." "You made my daddy hurt me," I said, as the thing that was holding me flailed at the nightmares that tore at its fabric. The hunger birds ripped at it, each bird silently tearing apart away a strip of cloth and flapping heavily back into the sky, to wheel and descend again. "I never made any of them do anything," it told me. For a moment, I thought it was laughing at me. Then the laughter became a scream, so loud it hurt my ears and my mind. It was as if the wind left the tattered sails then, and the thing that was holding me crumpled slowly to the ground. I hit the grass hard, skinning my knees and the palms of my hands. Letty pulled me up, helped me away from the fallen, crumpled remains of what had once called itself Ursula Monkton. There was still gray cloth, but it was not cloth. It writhed and rolled on the ground around me, blown by no wind that I could perceive. A squirming, maggoty mess. They landed on it like seagulls on a beach of stranded fish, and they tore at it as if they had not eaten for 1,000 years, and needed to stuff themselves now, as it might be another 1,000 years or longer before they would ever eat again. They tore at the gray stuff, and in my mind, I could hear it screaming the whole time as they crammed its rotting canvas flesh into their sharp maws. Letty held my arm. She didn't say anything, and we waited. And then the screaming stopped. I knew that Ursula Monkton was gone forever. Once the black creature had finished devouring the thing on the grass, and then nothing remained. Not even the tiniest scrap of gray cloth. Then they turned their attentions to the translucent tunnel, which wiggled and wriggled and twitched like a living thing. Several of them grasped it in their claws, and they flew up with it, pulling it into the sky while the rest of them tore at it, demolishing it with their hungry mouths. I thought that when they finished it, they would go away, return to wherever they had come from. But they did not. They descended. I tried to count them as they landed, and I failed. I had thought there were hundreds of them, but I might have been wrong. There might have been 20 of them. There might have been 1,000. I couldn't explain it. Perhaps there were more from a place where such things didn't apply, somewhere outside of time and numbers. They landed, and I stared at them, but saw nothing but shadows. So many shadows. And they were staring at us. Letty said, "You've done what you came here for. You got our prey, you cleaned up. You can go home now." The shadows did not move. She said, "Go." The shadows on the grass stayed exactly where they were. If anything, they seemed darker, more real than they had been before. You have no power over us. Perhaps I don't, said Letty, but I called you here and now I'm telling you to go home. You devoured Skartak off the keep. You've done your business. Now clear off. We are cleaners. We came to clean. Yes, and you've cleaned the thing you came for. Go home. Not everything, sighed the wind in the rhododendron bushes and the rustle of the grass. Letty turned to me and put her arms around me. Come on, she said, quickly. We walked across the lawn rapidly. I'm taking you down the fairy ring, she said. You have to wait there until I come and get you. Don't leave. Not for anything. Why not? Because something bad could happen to you. I don't think I could get you back into the farmhouse safely, but I can't fix this on my own. But you're safe in the ring. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, don't leave it. Just stay where you are and you'll be fine. It's not a real fairy thing, I told her. Fairy ring, I told her. That's just our games. It's a green circle of grass. It is what it is, she said. Nothing that wants to hurt you can cross it. Now stay inside. She squeezed my hand and walked me into the green grass circle. Then she ran off into the rhododendron bushes, and she was gone. Chapter 12. Hey, I think we're almost done. We're getting close. The shadows began to gather around the edges of the circle. Formless blotches. Only there, really there, when glimpsed from the corners of my eyes. That was when they looked bird-like. That was when they looked hungry. I have never been as frightened as I was in that grass circle with that dead tree in the center on that afternoon. No birds sang, no insects hummed or buzzed, nothing changed. I heard the rustle of the leaves and the sigh of the grass as the wind passed over it, but Letty Hemstock was not there. And I heard no voices in the breeze. There was nothing to scare me but shadows, and the shadows were not even properly visible when I looked at them directly. The sun got lower in the sky, and the shadows blurred into the dusk, became, if anything, more indistinct. So now I was not certain that anything was there at all. But I did not leave the grass circle. Hey, boy! I turned. He walked across the lawn toward me. He was dressed as he had been the last time. Hey, Lily. We've been going on for a while. How's your day been? This book is so good, though. We're actually close to finishing it, I feel like. There's like maybe 30 pages left. We're at 238. Let me check. I can see. Oh, well, never mind. There's more than... Okay, there's a bit more than 300 pages. Okay, we're like 100 pages away. All right. But it's been really good so far. From what we have, what you've missed is that caretaker woman, Ursula Monkton, was indeed that creature they encountered in the like that tattered like cloth creature, manifested and all, that came through the hole in his foot. And she was basically taking over his family by like bringing them over to her side, like letting them side with her and all that. And yeah, even like the father got really angry at the kid for something because he was trying to leave or something, and he almost fucking drowned him in a bathtub because of it. They had like a really nasty fight. After that, the kid fled from the premise, somehow was able to manage to get away for a bit, was trying to go for the Hemstock's farm, obviously, because they seem to know what the fuck's going on. And then right before he was able to reach the farmhouse, that creature, Letty, that creature of like Ursula Monkton, caught up to him and basically told him that she would toy with him for as long as she wanted, and then if she no longer needed him, would just kill him. But they were already on the Hemstock's property, so they were kind of like they were able to get her away from it, to get Ursula away from now. And just right now, what just happened is the day after, like he stayed overnight at their place to do some magic that the parents were like convinced and all. They're now back at his place, and there's another creature. There's some other creatures. They're called varmints, or the cleaners, who basically just tore apart Ursula Monkton. So she's basically dead now. But they seem to not leave right now because I guess like part of the gateway that Ursula used to get into this world is still inside of the boy. And I guess the vultures want to eat that as well. So they're now trying to save the boy in some way. And that's basically where we're at now. I turned. He walked across the lawn toward me. He was dressed as he had been the last time I had seen him. A dinner jacket, a frilly white shirt, a black bow tie. His face was still an alarming cherry red, as he had just spent too long on the beach, but his hands were white. He looked like a waxwork, not a person, something you could expect to see at the Chamber of Horrors. He grinned when he saw me looking at him, and now he looked like a waxwork that was smiling, and I swallowed and wished that the sun was out again. "Come on, boy," said the opal miner. "You're just prolonging the inevitable." I did not say a word. I watched him. His shiny black shoes walked up to the grass circle, but they did not cross it. God, the opal miner? My heart was pounding so hard in my chest, I was certain that he must have heard it. My neck and scalp prickled. "Boy," he said in his sharp South African accent, "they need to finish this up. It's what they do. They're the carrion kind, the vultures of the void. Their job, clean up the last remnants of the mess. Nice and neat. Pull you from the world and it will be as if you never existed. Just go with it. It won't hurt." I stared at him. Adults only ever say that whatever it happened to be was going to hurt so much. The dead man in the dinner jacket turned his head slowly until his face was looking at mine. His eyes were rolled back in his head and seemed to be staring blindly at the sky above us like a sleepwalker. "She can't save you, little friend. She can't save you, your little friend," he said. "Your fate was sealed and decided long ago." Thank you for the lurk, Scythe. I appreciate it. His eyes were back. "She can't save you, your little friend," he said. "Your fate was sealed and decided days ago, when their prey used you as a door from its place to this one, and she fastened her path in your heart." I didn't start it," I told the dead man. "It's not fair. You started it." "Yes," said the dead man. "Are you coming?" I sat down with my back to the tree in the center of the fairy ring, and I closed my eyes, and I did not move. I remembered poems to distract myself, recited them silently under my breath, mouthing the words but making no sound. Fury said to the mouse that he met in the house, "Let us go the law and I will prosecute you." I had learned that poem by heart at my school. It was told by the mouse from Alice in Wonderland. The mouse she met swimming in a pool of her own tears. In my copy of Alice, the words of the poem curled and shrank like its mouse tail. I could say all of the poem in one long breath, and I did, all the way to the inevitable end. I'll be judge, I'll be jury, said cunning old Fury. I'll try the whole cause and condemn you to death. When I opened my eyes and looked up, the opal miner was no longer there. The sky was going gray, and the world was losing depth and flattening into twilight. If the shadows were still there, I could no longer perceive them, or rather, the whole world had become shadows. My little sister ran down from the house, calling my name. She stopped before she reached me and she said, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Daddy's on the phone. He says you have to come and talk to him." "No, he doesn't." "What? He doesn't say that." "If you don't come now, you'll be in trouble." He did not know that it was my sister. I did not know if it was my sister or not. But I was on the inside of the grass circle, and she was on the outside. I wished I had brought the book with me, even though it was almost too dark to read. I said the Mouse's Pool of Tears poem again in my head. "Come, I'll take no denial, we must have a trial, for really this morning I've nothing to do." "Where's Ursula?" asked my sister. "She went up to her room, but she isn't there anymore. She's not in the kitchen, and she's not in the lulas." "I want my tea, I'm hungry." "You can make yourself something to eat," I told her. "You're not a baby." "Where's Ursula?" "She was ripped to shreds by alien vulture monsters, and honestly, I think you're one of them, being controlled by them or something." "Don't know." "I'm telling Mommy and Daddy when they get home that they were horrible to me today. That you were horrible to me today. You'll get into trouble." I wondered if this was actually my sister or not. It definitely sounded like her, but she did not take a step over the circle of greener grass into the ring. She stuck her tongue out at me and ran back toward the house. "Set the mouse to the cur. Such a trial, dear, with such no jury. Or judge would be wasting our breath." Deep twilight night dusk, all colorless and stained. Mosquitoes whined about my ears and landed one by one on my cheeks and my hands. I was glad I was wearing Lady Hemstock's cousin's strange old-fashioned clothing then, because I had less bare skin exposed. I slapped at the insects as they landed, and some of them flew off. One that didn't fly away, gorging itself into the inside of my wrist, burst when I hit it, leaving a smeared teardrop of blood to run down the inside of my arm. There were bats flying above me. I liked bats, always had. But that night, there were so many of them, and they made me think of the hunger birds, and I shuddered. Twilight became imperceptibly night, and now I was sitting in a circle that I could no longer see, at the bottom of the garden. Lights, friendly electric lights, went on in the house. I didn't want to be scared of the dark. I was not scared of any real thing. I just did not want to be there any longer, waiting in the darkness for my friend who had run away from me and did not seem to be coming back. "I'll be judge, I'll be jury," said cunning old Fury. "I'll try the whole cause and condemn you to death." I stayed just where I was. I had seen Ursula Monkton torn to shreds, and those shreds devoured by scavengers from outside the universe of things that I understood. If I went out of that circle, I was certain that I would do the same, that they would do the same to me. I moved from Lewis Carroll to Gilbert and Sullivan. When you're lying awake with a dismal headache and repose is tabooed by anxiety, I conceive you may use any language you choose to indulge in any impropriety. I loved the sound of the words, even if I was not entirely sure what it all meant. I needed to wee. I turned my back on the house, took a few steps away from the tree, scared that I would take one step too far and find myself outside the circle. I urinated into the darkness. I had just finished when I was blinded by a torch beam, and my father's voice said, "What on earth are you doing out here?" I'm just down here," I said. "Yes, your sister said. Well, time to come back to the house. Your dinner's on the table." I stayed where I was. "No," I said, and shook my head. "No," I said, and shook my head. "Don't be silly. I'm not being silly. I'm staying here. Come on. And then more cheerful. Come on, handsome George. That's been a silly pet name for me when I was a baby. He even had a song that went with it that he could sing while bouncing me on his lap. It was the best song in the world. I didn't say anything. I'm not going to carry you back to the house, said my father. There was an edge starting to creep into his voice. You're too big for that. Yes, I thought. And you'd have to cross into the fairy ring to pick me up. But the fairy ring seemed foolish now. This was my father, not some waxwork thing that the Hungerbirds had made me to lure me out. It was night. My father had come home from work. It was time. I said, Ursula Monkton's gone away, and she's not ever coming back. He sounded irritated then. What did you do? Did you say something horrible to her? Were you rude? No. He shone the torch beam onto my face. The light was almost blinding. He seemed to be fighting to keep his temper under control. He said, tell me what you said to her. I didn't say anything to her. She just went away. It was true, or almost. Come back to the house, now. Please, Daddy, I have to stay here. You come back to the house this minute, shouted my father, and at the top of his voice, and I could not help it. My lower lip shook, my nose started to run, and tears sprang into my eyes. The tears blurred my vision and stung, but they did not fall, and I blinked them away. I did not know if I was walking to my own father or not. I said, I don't like it when you shout at me. Well, I don't like it when you act like a little animal, he shouted. And now I was crying, and the tears were running down my face. And I wished I was anywhere else but there that night. I had stood up to worse things than him in the last few hours, and suddenly I knew. I didn't care anymore. I looked up at the dark shape behind and above the torch beam, and I said, does it make you feel big to make a little boy cry? And I knew, as I said, that it was the thing I should have never said. His face, what I could see of it, and the reflected torchlight crumpled and looked shocked. He opened his mouth to speak, and then he closed it again. I could not remember my father ever being at a loss for words before or after. Only then. I felt terrible. I thought, I will die here soon. I do not want to die with those words on my lips. But the torch beam was turning away from me. My father said only, we'll be up at the house. I'll put your dinner in the oven. I watched the torchlight move back across the lawn, past the rose bushes and toward the house, until it went out and was lost to sight. I heard the back door open and close again. Then you get some repose in the form of a doze, with the hot eyeballs and a head ever aching, but your slumbering teems with such horrible dreams that you'd very much better be waking. Somebody laughed. I stopped singing and looked around, but saw nobody. The nightmare song? A voice said. How appropriate. She walked closer, until I could see her face. She was still quite naked, and she was smiling. I had seen her torn to pieces a few hours before, but now she was whole. Even so, she looked less solid than any of the other people I had seen that night. I could see the lights on the house glimmering behind her, through her. Her smile had not changed. You're dead, I told her. Yes, I was eaten, said Ursula Monkton. You're dead. You aren't real. I was eaten, she repeated. I am nothing, and they have let me out, just for a little while, from the place inside them. It's cold in there and very empty, but they have promised you to me, so I have something to play with, something to keep me company in the dark. After you have been eaten, you too will be nothing, but whatever remains of that nothing will be mine to keep. Eaten and together, my toy and my distraction, until the end of time. We'll have such fun. A ghost of a hand was raised and it touched a smile. and it blew me the ghost of Ursula Monkton's kiss. "I'll be waiting for you," it said. A rustle of the rhododendrons behind me, and a voice, cheerful and female and young, saying, "It's okay. Gran fixed it. Everything's taken care of. Come on." The moon was visible now above the azalea bush, a bright crescent like a thick nail paring. I sat down by the dead tree and did not move. "Come on, silly. I told you. They've gone home," said Letty Hemstock. "If you're really Lady Hemstock," I told her, "you come here." She stayed where she was, a shadowy girl. Then she laughed, and she stretched, and she shook, and she was only another shadow, a shadow that filled the night. "You are hungry," said the voice in the night, and it was no longer Letty's voice, not any longer. It might not have been the voice inside my own head, but it was speaking aloud. "You are tired. Your family hates you. You have no friends. And Lady Hemstock, I regret to tell you, is never coming back." I wish I could have seen who was talking. If you have something to fear rather than something that could be anything, it is easier. "Nobody cares," said the voice, so resigned, so practical. "Now step out of the circle and come to us. One step is all it will take. Just put one foot across the threshold, and we will make all the pain go away forever. The pain you feel now and the pain that is still to come, it will never happen." It was not one voice, not any longer. It was two people talking in unison, or 100 people, I could not tell. So many voices. "How can you be happy in this world? You have a hole in your heart. You have a gateway inside you that lands beyond the world you know. They will call you as you grow. There can never be a time when you forgot them, when you are not, in your heart, questing after something you cannot have, something you cannot even properly imagine, the lack of which will spoil your sleep and your day and your life. And until you close your eyes for the final time, until your loved ones give you poison and sell you to anatomy, and even then you will die with a hole inside you, and you will wail and curse at a life ill-lived, but you won't grow. You can come out and we will end it cleanly, or you can die in there of hunger and of fear, and when you are dead, your circle will mean nothing, and we will tear out your heart and take your soul for a keepsake. Perhaps it'll be like that, I said to the darkness and the shadows, and perhaps it won't. And perhaps if it is, it would have been like that anyway. I don't care. I'm still going to wait here for Lady Hemstock, and she's going to come back to me. And if I die here, then I still die waiting for her. And that's a better way to go than you and all your stupid, horrible things tearing me to bits because I've got something inside me that I don't even want. There was silence. The shadows seemed to have become part of the night once again. I thought over what I said, and I knew it was true. At that moment, for once in my childhood, I was not scared of the dark, and I was perfectly willing to die, as willing as any 7-year-old certain of his immortality can be. If I died waiting for Letty, because she was my friend. Time passed. I waited for the night to begin to talk to me again, for people to come, for all the ghosts and monsters of my imagination to stand beyond the circle and call me out. But nothing more happened. Not then. I simply waited. The moon rose higher. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I sang under my breath, mouthing the words over and over. You're a regular wreck with a crick in your neck, and no wonder you snore, for your head's on the floor, and you've needles and pins from your soul to your shins, and your flesh is a creep, for your left leg's asleep, and you've cramp in your toes and fly on your nose. You've got fluff in your lung and a feverish tongue, and a thirst that's intense, and a general sense that you haven't been sleeping in clover. I sang it to myself, the whole song, all the way through, 2 or 3 times, and I was relieved that I remembered the words, even if I did not always understand them. Chapter 13. I just gotta, again, take a little break here real quick, get my eyes a little rest, but damn, that was really good. It's getting really fucking good right now. I'm liking this. How have you been though, Lily? If you're still here. I don't know. Just a quick little break. We'll be continuing very soon though, but got my eyes. Been a bit busy at home. It's all good. At least you have some background noise, I guess. Good little stretch here. Damn. I'm fairly sure though we can finish this book today. We are getting fairly close. We're like 50 pages away now. 50, 60 pages maybe. All right. Chapter 13. When Letty arrived. When 50-50? No. Well, good luck on that. I will skip all of that anyway. Like, I'm just gonna explore the new area, get all the Primo Gems I can so I can get Farina. But good luck with your polls. Alright, let me actually, before I start again, let me take a sip of water. I have to go on my NA account again a bit and actually farm, but I might pull for Arlecchino on the NA account. Thank you for the lurk, Bentley. I appreciate it. And just do I have this here? Okay.
I love it here. No, I don't.
All right. Yeah, we'll see. I might pull for her on my NA account just because I want my NA account to have characters on there that I don't have on my main account, so it has I can have a bit of variety in there. Although it's gonna take me a while until I can level up her stuff and all that because it's all in Fontaine. But I can wait. I'll be fine. All right. Chapter 13. When Letty arrived, the real Letty this time, she was carrying a bucket of water. It must have been heavy, judging from the way she carried it. She stepped over where the edge of the ring in the grass must have been, and she came straight to me. "Sorry," she said. "That took a lot longer than I expected. It didn't want to cooperate. It didn't want to cooperate neither, and in the end, it took me and Gran to do it. She did most of the heavy lifting. It wasn't going to argue with her, but it didn't help. It's not easy." "What?" I asked. "What are you talking about?" She put the metal bucket down on the grass beside me without spilling a drop. "The ocean," she said. "It didn't want to go. It gave Gran such a struggle that she said she was going to have to go and have a lie down afterwards. But it was still got it into the bucket in the end. The water in the bucket was glowing, emitting a greenish blue light. I could see Letty's face by it. I could see the waves. and ripples on the surface of the water. Watched them crest and splash against the side of the bucket. I don't understand. I couldn't get you to the ocean, she said, but there was nothing stopping me bringing the ocean to you. I said, I'm hungry, Letty, and I don't like this. Mom's made dinner, but you're going to have to stay hungry for a little bit longer. Were you scared up here on your own? Yes. Did they try and get you out of the circle? Yes. She took my hand in hers, and squeezed them. But you stayed where you were meant to be, and you didn't listen to them. Well done. That's quality, that is. And she sounded proud. In that moment, I forgot my hunger and I forgot my fear. What do I do now? I asked her. Now, she said, you step into the bucket. You don't have to take your shoes off or anything. Just step in it. Did not even seem a strange request. She let go of one of my hands and kept holding onto the other. I thought, I will never let go of your hand, not unless you tell me to. I put one foot into the glimmering water, raising the water level almost to the edge. My foot rested on the tin floor of the bucket. The water was cool on my foot, not cold. But on the other foot, I put the other foot into the water, and I went down with it, down like a marble statue. And the waves of Letty Hemstock's ocean closed over my head. I felt the same shock you would feel if you had stepped backwards without looking and had fallen into a swimming pool. I closed my eyes at the water's sting, and kept them tightly shut so tightly. Could not swim. I did not know where I was or what was happening, but even under the water, I could feel that Letty was still holding my hand. I was holding my breath. I held it until I could hold it no longer, and then I gulped a breath in, expected to choke, to splutter, to die. I did not choke. I felt the coldness of the water. If it was water, pour into my nose and my throat, feel it fill my lungs. But that was all it did. It did not hurt me. I thought, this is the kind of water you can breathe. I thought perhaps there's a secret to breathing water, something simple that everyone could do, if only they knew. That was what I thought. That was the first thing I thought. The second thing I thought was that I knew everything. Letty Hemstock's ocean flowed inside me, and it filled the entire universe, from egg to rose. I knew that. I knew what egg was. When the universe began, to the sound of uncreated voices singing in the void. And I knew where Rose was, the peculiar crinkling of space, on space into dimensions, that fold like origami and blossom like strange orchids, and which would mark the last good time before the eventual end of everything and the next Big Bang, which would be, I knew now, nothing of the kind. I knew that old Mrs. Hemstock would be here for that one. She has been for the last. I saw the world I had walked since my birth, and I understood how fragile it was. That the reality I knew was a thin layer of icing on a great dark birthday cake, writhing with grubs and nightmares and hunger. I saw the world from above and below. I saw that there were patterns and gates and paths beyond the real. I saw all these things and understood them, and they filled me, just as the waters of the ocean filled me. Everything whispered inside me. Everything spoke to everything, and I knew it all. I opened my eyes, curious to learn what I would see in the world. What I'd see in the world outside me. If it would be anything like the world inside. I was hanging deep beneath the water. I looked down, and the blue world below me receded into darkness. I looked up, and the world above me did the same. Nothing was pulling me down deeper. Nothing was forcing me toward the surface. We're getting trippy. Yeah, it's getting weird. And then I turned my head a little to look, turned my head a little to look at her, because she was still holding my hand, and she had never let go of my hand. And I saw Letty Hemstock. At first, I do not think I knew what I was looking at. I could not make sense of it. Where Ursula Monkton had been made of grey cloth that flapped and snapped and gusted in the storm winds, Letty Hemstock was made of silken sheets, the color of ice, filled with tiny, flickering candle flames. 100 candle flames. Could there be candle flames burning under the water? There could. I knew that. When I was in the ocean, and I even knew how. I understood it just as I understood dark matter, the material of the universe that makes up everything that must be there, but we cannot find. I found myself thinking of an ocean running beneath the whole universe, like the dark seawater that laps beneath the wooden boards of an old pier. An ocean that stretches from forever to forever, and is still small enough to fit inside a bucket. If you have old Mrs. Hemstock to help you, and you ask nicely. Letty Hemstock looked like pale silk and candle flames. I wondered how I looked to her in that place, and looked to her in that place, and knew that even in a place that was nothing but knowledge, that was one thing I could not know. That if I looked inward, I could see only infinite mirrors staring into myself for eternity. The silk, filled with candle flames, moved then, a slow, graceful, under-the-water sort of movement. The current pulled at it, and now it had arms, and a hand that had never let go of mine, and a body, and a freckled face that was familiar, and it opened its mouth. And in Letty Hemstock's voice, it said, "I'm really sorry." "What for?" She did not reply. The currents of the ocean pulled at my hair and my clothes like summer breezes. I was no longer cold, and I knew everything, and I was not hungry, and the whole big, complicated world was simple and graspable, and easy to unlock. I would stay here for the rest of time in the ocean, which was the universe, which was the soul, of which was all that mattered. I would say that I would stay here forever. "You can't," said Letty. "It would destroy you." I opened my mouth to tell her that nothing could kill me. Not now. But she said, "Not kill you, destroy you, dissolve you. You wouldn't die in here. Nothing ever dies in here. But if you stayed here for too long, just a little of you would exist everywhere. All spread out. And that's not a good thing. Never enough of you all together in one place, so there wouldn't be anything left that would think of itself as an I. No point of view any longer, because you'd be an infinite sequence of views and of points." I was going to argue with her. She was wrong. She had to be. I loved that place, that state, that feeling. I was never going to leave it. And then my hand broke water, and I blinked and coughed, and I was standing thigh deep in a pond at the back of the Hemstock's farm, and Letty Hemstock was standing beside me holding my hand. I coughed again, and it felt like the water fled my nose, my throat, and my lungs. I pulled clean air into my chest, and the light of the huge, full harvest moon that shone on the Hemstock's red-tiled roof. And for one final, perfect moment, I still knew everything. I remember that I knew how to make it so the moon would be full when you just needed it to be, and shining just on the back of the house every night. I knew everything, but Letty Hemstock was pulling me up out of the pond. I was still wearing the strange, old-fashioned clothes I had been given that morning. And as I stepped out of the pond, up into the grass that edged it, I discovered that my clothes and my skin were now perfectly dry. The ocean was back in the pond, and all the knowledge I was left with, as if I had woken from a dream on a summer's day, was that it had not been long ago since I had known everything. I looked at Letty in the moonlight. Is that how it is for you? I asked. Is what how it is for me? You still know everything all the time? She shook her head. She didn't smile. She said, be boring knowing everything. You have to give all that stuff up if you're going to muck about here. So you used to know everything. She wrinkled her nose. Everybody did. I told you. It's nothing special, knowing how things work, and you really have to give it all you want to play. If you want to play. To play what? This, she said. She waved at the house and the sky, the impossible full moon, and the scions and shawls and clusters of bright stars. I wish I knew what she meant. It was as if she was talking about a dream we had shared. For a moment, it was so close in my mind that I could almost touch it. You must be so hungry, said Letty. And the moment was broken, and yes, I was so hungry, and the hunger took my head and swallowed my lingering dreams. There was a plate in my place at the table in the farmhouse huge kitchen. On it was a portion of shepherd's pie, the mashed potatoes, a crusty brown on top, minced meat, and vegetables with gravy beneath it. I was scared of eating food outside my home, scared that I might want to leave food I did not like and be told off, or be forced to sit and eat it in minuscule portions until it was gone. As I was at school, but the food of the Hemstocks was always perfect. It did not scare me. Ginny Hemstock was there, bustling about in her apron, rounded and welcoming. I ate without talking, head down, shoveling the welcoming food in my mouth. The woman and the girl spoke in low, urgent tones. They'll be here soon enough, said Letty. They aren't stupid, and they won't leave until they've taken the last little bit of what they came for. Her mother sniffed. Her red cheeks were flushed from the heat of the kitchen fire. Stuff and nonsense, she said. They're all mouth, they are. I've never heard that expression before. And I thought she was telling us that the creatures were just mouths and nothing more. It did not seem unlikely that the shadows were indeed all mouths. I had seen them devour the gray thing that had called itself Ursula Monkton. My mother's mother would tell me off for eating like a wild animal. You must ess and eat, she would say, like a person, not a chaza, a pig. When animals eat, they fress. Okay, I get it. Okay, she's German. Okay, she's using German. Like, you must essen, eat, because essen means to eat. She would say, like a person. Okay, chassa, I don't know what it means. A pig, okay? When animals eat, they fress. People essen. Eat like a person. Fressen. That was how the Hunger Birds had taken Ursula Monkton. And it was also, I had no doubt, how they would consume me. I've never seen so many of them, said Letty. When they came here in the old days, there was only a handful of them. Ginny poured me a glass of water. That's your own fault, she told Letty. You put up signals and called them. Like banging the dinner bell you were. Not surprising they all came. I just wanted to make sure that she left, said Letty. Her kind. They're like chickens who get out of the hen house and are so proud of themselves and so puffed up for being able to eat all the worms and beetles and caterpillars. They want that they never think about foxes, said Ginny. Anyway, now we've got foxes, and we'll send them all home. Same as we did last time when we were sniffing around. We did it before, didn't we? Not really, said Letty. Either we sent the flea home, and the varmints had nothing to hang around for, like the flea in the cellar at Cromwell's time, or they came and took what they came here for, and they went away. Like the fat flea who's made people's dreams come true in Red Rufus's day. They took him and they upped and left. We've never had to get rid of them before. Her mother shrugged. It's all the same sort of thing. We'll just send them back where they came from. And where do they come from? asked Letty. I had slowed down now, and I was making the final fragments of my shepherd's pie last as long as I could, prodding them around the plate slowly with my fork. That don't matter, said Ginny. They'll all go back eventually. Probably just get bored of waiting. I tried pushing them, said Letty Hemstock, matter-of-factly. Couldn't get any traction. I helped them with a dome of protection, but that wouldn't have lasted much longer. We're good here. Nothing's coming into this farm without our say-so. In or out, said Ginny. She removed an empty plate, replaced with a bowl containing a steaming slice of spotted dick with thick yellow custard drizzled all over it. I ate it with joy. I do not miss childhood, but I miss the way I took pleasure in small things, even as greater things crumbled. I could not control the world as I was in, could not walk away from things or people or moments that hurt, but I took joy in the things that made me happy. The custard was sweet and creamy in my mouth. The dark, swollen currants and the spotted dick were tangy in the cake-thick, chewy blandness of the pudding. And perhaps I was going to die that night, and perhaps I would never go home again. But it was a good dinner, and I had faith in Letty Hemstock. The world outside the kitchen was still waiting. The Hemstocks' fog-colored house cat, I do not believe I ever knew her name, padded through the kitchen. That reminded me. Mrs. Hemstock, is the kitten still here? The black one with the white ear? Not tonight, said Jeannie Hemstock. She's out and about. She was asleep on the chair in the hall all this afternoon. I wish I could stroke her soft fur. I realized to say goodbye. I suppose if I do have to die tonight, I started, haltingly, not sure where I was going. I was going to ask for something, I imagine. For them to say goodbye to my mommy and daddy. Or to tell my sister that it wasn't fair, that nothing bad ever happened to her. That her life was charmed and saved and protected. While I was forever stumbling into disaster. But nothing seemed right. And I was relieved when Ginny interrupted me. Nobody's going to die tonight, she said firmly. She took my empty bowl and washed it in the sink. And then she dried her hands on her apron. She took the apron off, went into the hallway, and returned a few moments later wearing a plain brown coat and a pair of large dark green Wellington boots. Letty seemed less confident than Ginny, but Letty, with all her age and wisdom, was a girl, while Ginny was an adult, and her confidence reassured me. I had faith in both of them. Where's old Mrs. Hemstock? I asked. Having a lie down, said Ginny. She's not as young as she used to be. How old is she? I asked, not expecting to get an answer. Ginny smiled, and Letty shrugged. I held Letty's hand as we have left the farmhouse, promising myself that this time I would not let it go. Okay. That was chapter 13. Chapter 14. When I entered the farmhouse through the back door, the moon had been full, and it was a perfect summer's night. When I left, I went with Letty Hemstock and her mother out the front door, and the moon was curved and the moon was a curved white smile. High in a cloudy sky, and the night was gusty with sudden, undecided spring breezes coming first from one direction, then from another. Every now and again, a gust of wind would contain a sprinkling of rain that never amounted to anything more than that. We never walked through the manure-stinking farmyard and up the plain. We passed a bend on the road. Although it was dark, I knew exactly where we were. It was the corner where the Opal Miner had parked my family's white Mini. The place he had died all alone. The face, the color of pomegranate juice, aching for his lost money. On the edge of the Hemstock land, where the barriers between life and death were thin. I said, I think we should wake up Mrs. Hemstock. It doesn't work like that, said Letty. When she gets tired, she sleeps until she wakes up on her own. A few minutes or 100 years. There's no waking her. Might as well try and wake up an atom bomb. Ginny Hemstock stopped, and she planted herself in the middle of the lane, facing away from the farmhouse. Right, she shouted to the night. Let's be having you. Nothing. A wet wind that gusted and was gone. Letty said, perhaps they're all gone home? Be nice if they had, said Ginny. All this palaver and nonsense. I felt guilty. It was, I knew, my fault. If I had kept hold of Letty's hand, none of this would have happened. Ursula Monkton, the Hungerbirds, these things were undoubtedly my responsibility. Even what had happened, or now had perhaps no longer happened, in a cold bath the previous night. I had a thought. Can't you just snip it out? The thing in my heart that they want? Maybe you could snip it out like your granny snipped out things last night. Letty squeezed my hand in the dark. Maybe Gran could do that if she was here, she said. I can't. I don't think Mom could either. It's really hard snipping things out of time. You have to make sure that the edges all line up. And even Gran doesn't always get it right. And this would be harder than that. It's a real thing. I don't think even Gran could take care of it. You without hurting your heart. And you need your heart. And then she said, they're coming. But I knew something was happening. I knew it before she said anything. For the second time, I saw the ground begin to glow golden. I watched the trees and the grass, the hedgerows, and the willow clumps of the last stray daffodils begin to shine with a burnished half-light. I looked around, half fearful, half with wonder. I observed that the light was brighter behind the house and over the west, where the pond was. I heard the beating of mighty wings and a series of low thumps. I turned and I saw them. The vultures of the void, the carrion kind, the Hungerbirds. There were not shadows any longer. Not here, not in this place. They were all too real. And they landed in the darkness, just beyond the golden glow of the ground. They landed in the air and in trees, and they shuffled forward, as close as they could get into the golden ground of the Hemstock's family farm. They were huge. Each of them was much bigger than I was. I would have been hard pressed to describe their faces, though. I could see them, look at them, take in every feature, but the moment I looked away, they were gone. There was nothing in my mind where the Hungerbirds had been, but tearing beaks and talons, or wriggling tentacles, or hairy chitinous mandibles. I could not keep their true faces in my head. When I turned away, the only knowledge I retained was that they had been looking directly at me, and that they were ravenous. Right, my proud beauties, said Ginny Hemstock loudly. Her hands were on the hips of her brown coat. You can't stay here, you know that. Time to get a move on. And then she simply said, hop it. They shifted, but they did not move. The innumerable Hungerbirds, and they began to make a noise. I thought that they were whispering amongst themselves, and then it seemed to me that the noise they were making was an amused chuckling. I heard their voices, distinct but twining together, so I could not tell which creature was speaking. We are Hungerbirds. We have devoured palaces and worlds and kings and stars. We can stay wherever we wish to stay. We perform our function. We are necessary. And they laughed so loudly it sounded like a train approaching. I squeezed Letty's hand and she squeezed mine. Give us the boy. Ginny said, you're wasting your time and you're wasting mine. Go home. We were summoned here. We do not need to leave until we have done what we came here for. We restore things to the way they are meant to be. Would you deprive us of our function? Of course I will, said Ginny. You've had your dinner. Now you're just making nuisances of yourself. Be off with you, blinking varmints. I wouldn't give tuppence halfpenny for the lot of you. Go home! And she shook her hand in a flicking gesture. One of the creatures let out a long, wailing scream of appetite and frustration. Letty's hold on my hand was firm. She said, "He's under our protection. He is on our land, and one step onto our land, and that's the end of you. So go away." The creatures seemed to huddle closer. There was a silence in the Sussex night, only the rustle of leaves in the wind, only the call of a distant owl, only the sigh of the breeze as it passed. But in that silence, I could hear the hunger birds conferring, weighing out their options, plotting their course. And in that silence, I felt their eyes upon me. Something in a tree flapped its huge wings and cried out. A shriek that mingled triumph and delight, an affirmative shout of hunger and joy. I felt something in my chest react to the scream, like the tiniest splinter of ice inside my heart. We cannot cross the border. This is true. We cannot take the child from your land. This is also true. We cannot hurt your farm or your creatures. Oh. Ha, I guess a bot. That's right, you can't. So get along with you. Go home. Haven't you got a war to be getting back to? We cannot hurt your world, true. But we can hurt this one. One of the hunger birds reached a sharp beak down to the ground at its feet and began to tear at it. Not as a creature that eats earth and grass, but as if it were eating a curtain on a piece of scenery with the world painted on it. Where it devoured the grass, nothing remained. A perfect nothing. Only a color that reminded me of gray, but a formless, pulsing gray, like the shifting static of a television screen when you dislodged the aerial cord and the picture had gone completely. That was the void. Not blackness, not nothingness. This was what lay beneath the thinly painted scrim of reality. And the hunger birds began to flap and to flock. They landed on a huge oak tree, and they tore at it, and they wolfed it down, and in moments the tree was gone, along with everything that had been behind it. A fox slipped out of a hedgerow and slunk down the lane, its eyes and mask and brush illuminated golden by the farm light. Before it had made it halfway across the road, it had been ripped from the world, and there was only void behind it. Letty said, "What he said before. We have to wake Gran." "She won't like that," said Ginny. "Might as well try and wake her." "Doesn't matter. If we can't wake her up, they'll destroy the whole world, the whole of this creation." Ginny said, "Only, I don't know how." A clump of hunger birds flew up to the patch of the sky where the stars could be seen through the breaks of the clouds, and they tore at a kite-shaped constellation I could never have named, and they scratched it, and they rent, and they gulped, and they swallowed. In a handful of heartbeats, where the constellation and sky had been, there was now a pulsing nothingness that hurt my eyes if I looked directly at it. I was a normal child, which is to say, I was selfish, and I was not entirely convinced of the existence of things that were not me. And I was certain, rock solid, unshakably certain, that I was the most important thing in creation. There was nothing that was more important to me than I was. Even so, I understood what I was seeing. The hunger birds they were ripping the world away, tearing it into nothing. Soon enough, there would be no world, my mother, my father, my sister, my house, my school friends, my town, my grandparents, London, the Natural History Museum, France, television, books, ancient Egypt. Because of me, all of these things would be gone, and it would be nothing in their place. I did not want to die. More than that, I did not want to die. More than that, I did not want to die as Ursula Monckton had died, beneath the rending talons and beaks of things that might not even have had legs or faces. I did not want to die at all. Understand that. I let go of Lady Hemstock's hand, and I ran as fast as I could, knowing that to hesitate, even to slow down, would be to change my mind, which would be the wrong thing. It would be the wrong thing, which would be to save my life. How far did I run? Not far, I suppose, as these things go. Lady Hemstock was shouting at me to stop, but I still ran, crossing the farmland where every blade of grass, every pebble on the lane, every willow tree and hazel hedge glowed golden. And I ran toward the darkness. I ran, and I hated myself for running, as I had hated myself the time I had jumped from the high board at the swimming pool, knowing there was no going back, that there was no way that this could end in anything but pain. They took off into the air, the hunger birds, as I ran towards them, as pigeons will rise when you run at them. I knew they were circling. I stood there in the darkness, and I waited for them to descend. I waited for their beaks to tear at my chest, for them to devour my heart. I stood there for perhaps 2 heartbeats, and it felt like forever. It happened. Something slammed into me from behind and knocked me down into the mud on the side of the lane. Face first. I saw bursts of light that were not there. The ground hit my stomach, and the wind was knocked out of me. A ghost memory rises here. A phantom moment. A shaky reflection in the pool of remembrance. I know how it would have felt when they took my heart. How it would felt as the hunger birds, all mouth, tore into my chest and snatched out my heart, still pumping, and devoured it to get what was hidden inside it. I know how that feels, as it was truly a part of my life, of my death. And then the memory snips and rips neatly, and a voice said, "Idiot! Don't move! Just don't!" And the voice was Lady Hemstock's, and I could not have moved if I had wanted to. She was on top of me, and she was heavier than I was. She was pushing me down into the grass and the wet earth. I could see nothing. I felt them, though. I felt them crash into her. She was holding me down, making herself a barrier between me and the world. I heard Lady's voice wail in pain. I felt her shudder and twitch. A voice said, "This is unacceptable." It was a familiar voice, but still, I could not place it or move to see who was talking. Lady was on top of me, still shaking, but as the voice spoke, she stopped moving. The voice continued, "On what authority do you harm my child?" A pause then. "She was between us and our lawful prey." "You're scavengers, eaters of offal, of rubbish, of garbage. You're cleaners. Do you think you can harm my family?" I knew who was talking. The voice sounded like Lady's gran, like old Mrs. Hemstock, like her. I knew, and yet so unlike, and it's so unlike. If old Mrs. Hemstock had been an empress, she might have talked like that, her voice more stilted and formal, and yet more musical than the old lady voice. I knew. Something wet and warm was soaking my back. No, lady." That was the first time I heard fear or doubt in the voice of one of the hunger birds. "There are pacts, and there are laws, and there are treaties, and you have violated all of them." Silence then, and it was louder than words could have been. They had nothing to say. I felt Letty's body being rolled off mine, and I looked up to see Jeannie Hemstock's sensible face. She sat on the ground on the edge of the road, and I buried my face in her bosom. She took me in one arm, Letty in the other. From the shadows, a hungerbird spoke, with a voice that was not a voice, and it was only, "We are sorry for your loss." Sorry? The word was sped, but not said. Ginny Hemstock swayed from side to side, crooning low and wordlessly to me and her daughter. Her arms were around me. I lifted my head and I looked back at the person speaking, my vision blurred by tears. I stared at her. It was old Mrs. Hemstock, I suppose, but it wasn't. It was Letty's gran in the same way that, she shone silver. Her hair was still long, still white, but now she stood as straight as a teenager. My eyes had become used to the darkness and could not look at her face to see if it was the face I was familiar with. It was too bright. Magnesium flare bright, fireworks night bright, midday sun reflecting off a silver coin bright. I looked at her as long as I could bear to look, and then I turned my head, screwing my eyes tightly shut, unable to see anything but a pulsating after image. The voice that was like old Mrs. Hemstock said, "Shall I bind you to the heart of a dark star, to feel your pain in a place where your every fragment of a moment lasts 1,000 years? Shall I invoke the compacts of creation and have you all removed from the list of created things, so there never will have been any hungerbirds and anything that wishes to traipse from world to world can do with impunity?" I listened for a reply, but heard nothing. Only a whimper, a mewl of pain or frustration. "I'm done with you. I will deal with you in my own time, in my own way. For now, I must tend to the children." "Yes, lady. Thank you, lady." "Not so fast. Nobody's going anywhere before you put all the things back to like they was. There's boats missing from the sky. There's an oak tree gone and a fox. You put them all back the way they were." And then the Silvery Empress added, in a voice that was now also unmistakably old Mrs. Hemstock's, "Varmints." Somebody was humming a tune. I realized as if from a long way away, that it was me. At the same moment that I remembered what the tune was. "Girls and boys come out to play. The moon does shine as bright as day. Leave your supper and leave your meat, and join your playfellows in the street. Come with a whoop and come with a call. Come with a whole heart, or not at all." I held on to Ginny Hemstock. She smelled like a farm and like a kitchen, like animals and like food. She smelled very real, and her realness was what I needed at that moment. I reached out a hand, tentatively touched Letty's shoulder. She did not move or respond. Ginny started speaking then, but at first I did not know if she was talking to herself or to Letty or to me. "They overstepped their bounds," she said. "They could have hurt you, child, and it would have meant nothing. They could have hurt this world without anything being said. It's only a world after all, and they're just sand grains in the desert. Worlds. But Letty's a Hemstock. She's outside of their dominion, my little one, and they hurted her." I looked at Letty. Her head had flopped down, hiding her face. Her eyes were closed. "She going to be all right?" I asked. Ginny didn't reply, just hugged us both tighter to her bosom and rocked and crooned a wordless song. The farm and its land no longer glowed golden. I could not feel anything in the shadows watching me, not any longer. Don't you worry," said an old voice, now familiar once more. "You're safe as houses. Safer than most houses I've seen. They're gone. They never come back again." "They come back again," I said. "They want my heart." "They'd not come back to this world again for all the tea in China," said old Mrs. Hemstock. "Not that they've got any use for tea or for China. no more than a carrion crow does. What had I thought her dressed in silver? She wore a much patched gray dressing gown over what had to have been a nightie, but a nightie of a kind that had not been fashionable for several hundred years. The old woman put a hand on her granddaughter's pale forehead, lifted it up, and then let it go. Letty's mother shook her head and said, "It's over," she said. I understood it then, at the last, and it felt foolish for not understanding it sooner. The girl beside me, on her mother's lap, at her mother's breast, had given her life for mine. They were meant to hurt me, not her, I said. No reason they should have taken either of you, said the old lady with a sniff. I felt guilt then. Guilt beyond anything I had ever felt before. You should get her to a hospital, I said hopefully. You can call a doctor. Maybe they can make her better. Ginny shook her head. Is she dead? I asked. Dead? Repeated the old lady in the dressing gown. She sounded offended. As if, she said, grandly aspirating each H, as if there were only one way to convey the gravity of her words. As if Han Hemstock would never do anything so common. She's hurt, said Ginny Hemstock, cuddling me close. Hurt as badly as she can be hurt. She's so close to death as makes no odds if we don't do something about it, and quickly. A final hug then. Off with you now. I clambered reluctantly from her lap and stood up. Ginny Hemstock rose to her feet, her daughter's body limp in her arms. Letty lolled and was jogged like a rag doll as her mother got up, and I stared at her, shocked beyond measure. I said, "It was my fault. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." And then there's a really beautiful illustration of them three over a double page. Old Mrs. Hemstock said, "You meant well." But Ginny Hemstock said nothing at all. She walked down the lane toward the farm, and then she turned off behind the milking shed. I thought that lady was too big to be carried, but Ginny carried her. She weighed no more than a kitten, her head and upper body resting on Ginny's shoulder, like a sleeping infant being taken upstairs to bed. Ginny carried her down that path, and beside the hedge, and back, until we reached the pond. There were no breezes back there, and the night was perfectly still. Our path was lit by moonlight, and nothing more. The pond, when we got there, was just a pond. No golden glimmering light, no magical full moon. It was black and dull, with the moon, the true moon, the quarter moon, reflected in it. I stopped at the edge of the pond, and old Mrs. Hemstock stopped beside me. But Ginny Hemstock kept walking. She staggered down into the pond until she was wading thigh deep, her coat and skirt floating on the water as she waded, breaking the reflected moon into dozens of tiny moons that scattered and reformed around her. At the center of the pond, with the black water above her hips, she stopped. She took Letty from her shoulder, so the girl's body was supported at the head and at the knees by Ginny Hemstock's practical hands. Then slowly, so very slowly, she laid Letty down into the water. The girl's body floated on the surface of the pond. Ginny took a step back, and then another, never looking away from her daughter. I heard a rushing noise, as of an enormous wind coming toward us. Letty's body shook. There was no breeze, but now there were white caps on the surface of the pond. I saw waves, gentle, lapping waves at first, and then bigger waves that broke and slapped at the edge of the pond. One wave crested and crashed down close to me, splashing my clothes and face. I could taste the water's wetness on my lips, and it was salt. I whispered, "I'm sorry, Letty." I should have been able to see the other side of the pond. I had seen it a few moments before, but the crashing waves had taken it away, and I could see nothing beyond Letty's floating body and the vastness of the lonely ocean and the dark. The waves grew bigger. The water began to glow in the moonlight, as it had glowed when it was in the bucket, a pale, perfect blue. The black shape on the surface of the water was the body of the girl who had saved my life. Bony fingers rested on my shoulders. What are you apologizing for, boy? For killing her? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She's not dead. It didn't kill her, nor did the hunger birds, although they did try their best to get you through her. She's been given to her ocean. One day, in its own time, the ocean will give her back. I thought of corpses and of skeletons with pearls for eyes. I thought of mermaids with tails that flicked when they moved, like my goldfish's tail had flicked before my goldfish had stopped moving. To lie belly up like Letty on the top of the water, and I said, will she be the same? The woman guffawed, as if I had said the funniest thing in the universe. Nothing's ever the same, she said. Be it a second later or 100 years, it's always churning and roiling, and people change as much as oceans. Ginny clambered out of the water, and she stood at the water's edge beside me, her head bowed. The waves crashed and smacked and splashed and retreated. There was a distant rumble that became a louder and louder rumble. Something was coming toward us, across the ocean. From miles away, from hundreds and hundreds of miles away it came. A thin white line etched in the glowing blue, and it grew as it approached. The great wave came and the world rumbled, and I looked as it reached us. It was taller than trees, than houses, than mind or eyes could hold, than heart could follow. Only when it reached Lady Hemstock's floating body did the enormous wave crash down. I expected to be soaked, or worse, to be swept away by the angry ocean water, and I raised my arm to cover my face. There was no splash of breakers, no deafening crash, and when I lowered my arm, I could see nothing but the still, black water of a pond in the night, and nothing on the surface of the pond but a smattering of lily pads and the thoughtful, incomplete reflection of the moon. Old Mrs. Hemstock was gone too. I had thought that she was standing beside me, but only Ginny stood there, next to me, staring down silently into the dark mirror of the little pond. Right, she said. I'll take you home. Damn! What a chapter. Holy fuck. That was beautiful. Sad, but beautiful. I guess there's one more chapter. Chapter 15. There was a Land Rover parked behind the cowshed. The doors were open and the ignition key was in the lock. I sat on the newspaper-covered passenger seat and watched Ginny Hemstock turn the key. The engine sputtered a few times before it started. I had not imagined any of the Hemstocks driving. I said, I didn't know you had a car. Lots of things you don't know, said Mrs. Hemstock, tartly. And then she glanced at me more gently and said, you can't know everything. She backed the Land Rover up, and it bumped its way across the ruts and the puddles of the back of the farmyard. There was something on my mind. Old Mrs. Hemstock said that Letty isn't dead, I said. But she looked dead. I think she's actually dead. I don't think it's true that she's not dead. Ginny looked like she was going to say something about the nature of truth. But all she said was, she's hurt. Very badly hurt. The ocean has taken her. Honestly, I don't know if it will ever give her back. But we can hope, can't we? Yes. I squeezed my hands into fists, and I hoped as hard as I knew how. We bumped and jolted at the lane at 15 miles per hour. I said, is she really your daughter? I didn't know. I still didn't know why I asked her that. Perhaps I just wanted to know more about the girl who had saved my life, who had rescued me more than once. I didn't know anything about her. More or less, said Ginny. The men Hemstocks, my brothers, they went out into the world, and they had babies who had babies. There are Hemstock women out there in your world, and I'll wager each of them is a wonder in her own way. But only Gran and me and Letty are the pure thing. She didn't have a daddy? I asked. No. Did you have a daddy? You're all questions, aren't you? No, love. We never went in for that sort of thing. You only need men if you want to breed more men. I said, you don't have to take me home. I could stay with you. I could wait until Letty comes back from the ocean. I could work on your farm and carry stuff and learn to drive a tractor. She said, no, but she said it kindly. You get on with your own life. Letty gave it to you. You just have to grow up and try and be worth it. A flash of resentment. It's hard enough being alive, trying to survive in the world and find your place in it, to do the things you need to do to get by, without wondering if the thing you just did, whatever it was worth someone having. If not died, then having given up her life. It wasn't fair. Life's not fair, Ginny said, as if I had spoken aloud. She turned into our driveway, pulled up outside the front door, and I got out, and she did too. Better make it easy for you to come home, she said. Mrs. Hemstock rang the doorbell. Although the door was never locked, the industriously scraped the soles of her Wellington boots and the doormat until my mother opened the door. She was dressed for bed and wearing her quilted pink dressing gown. Here he is, said Ginny, safe and sound, the soldier back from the wars. He had a lovely time at our Letty's going away party, but now it's time for this young man to get his rest. My mother looked blank, almost confused. And then confusion was replaced by a smile, as if the world had just reconfigured itself into a form that made sense. Oh, you didn't have to bring him back, said my mother. One of us would have come and picked him up. Then she looked down at me. What do you say to Miss Hemstock, darling? I said it automatically. Thank you for having me. My mother said, very good, dear. Then, Letty's going away. To Australia, said Ginny. To be with her father. We'll miss having this little fellow over to play, but, well, we'll let you know when Letty comes back. He can come and play then. I was getting tired. The party had been fun, although I could not remember much about it. I knew that I would not visit the Hemstock farm again, though. Not unless Letty was there. Australia was a long, long way away. I wondered how long it would be until she came back from Australia with her father. Years, I supposed. Australia was on the other side of the world, across the ocean. A small part of my mind remembered an alternative pattern of events, and then lost it, as if I had woken from a comfortable sleep, and looked around, pulled the bedclothes over me, and returned to my dream. Mrs. Hemstock got back into her ancient Land Rover, so bespattered with mud. I could now see in the light above the front door that there was almost no trace of the original paintwork visible, and she backed it up, down the drive, toward the lane. My mother seemed unbothered that I had returned home in fancy dress clothes at almost 11 at night. She said, I have some bad news, dear. What's that? Ursula's had to leave. Family matters. Pressing family matters. She's already left. I know how much you children liked her. I knew that I didn't like her, but I said nothing. There was nobody sleeping in my bedroom at the top of the stairs. My mother asked if I would like my room back for a while. I said no, unsure of why I was saying no. I could not remember why I disliked Ursula Monkton so much. Indeed, I felt faintly guilty for disliking her so absolutely and so irrationally, but I had no desire to return to that bedroom, despite the little yellow hand basin just my size, and I remained in the shared bedroom until our family moved out of that house half a decade later. We children protesting, the adults, I think, just relieved that their financial difficulties were over. The house was demolished after we moved out. I would not go and see it standing empty and refused to witness the demolition. There was too much of my life bound up in those bricks and tiles, those drain pipes and walls. Years later, my sister, now an adult herself, confided in me that she believed that our mother had fired Ursula Monkton, whom she remembered so fondly as the nice one in a sequence of grumpy childminders, because our father was having an affair with her. It was possible, I agreed. Our parents were both still alive then, and I could have asked them, but I didn't. My father did not mention the events of those nights. Not then, not later. If I took anything from him in my childhood, it was the resolve not to shout at people, and especially not to shout at children. I finally made friends with my father when I entered my 20s. We had so little in common when I was a boy, and I am certain I had been a disappointment to him. He did not ask for a child with a book of its own world. Off in its own world. He wanted a son who did what he had done. Swam and boxed and played rugby, drove cars at speed with abandon and joy. But that was not what he had wound up with. I did not ever go down the lane all the way to the end. I did not think that of the white mini. When I thought of the opal miner, it was in the context of the two rough, raw opal rocks that sat on our mantelpiece, and in memory, he always wore a checkered shirt and jeans. His face and arms were tan, not the cherry red of monoxide poisoning, and he had no bow tie. Monster, the ginger tomcat, the opal miner, had left us, had wandered off to be fed by other families. And although we saw him from time to time, prowling the ditches and trees at the end of the lane, he would not come when we called. I was relieved by this, I think. He had never been our cat. We knew it, and so did he. A story only matters, I suspect, to the extent that the people in the story change. But I was 7 when all of these things happened. And I was the same person at the end of it that I was at the beginning, wasn't I? So everyone else, and so was everyone else. People don't change. Some things change though. A month or so after the events here, and 5 years before the ramshackle world I lived in was demolished and replaced by trim, squat, regular houses containing smart young people who worked in the city but lived in my town, who made money by moving money from place to place, but who did not build or dig or farm or weave, and 9 years before I would kiss smiling Callie Anders. I came home from school. The month was May, or perhaps early June. She was waiting by the back door as if she knew precisely where she was and who she was looking for. A young black cat, larger than a kitten now, with a white splodge over the one ear, and with eyes of an intense and unusual greenish blue. She followed me into the house. I fed her with an unused can of Monster's cat food, which I spooned into Monster's dusty bowl. My parents, who had never noticed the Ginger Tom's disappearance, did not initially notice the arrival of the new kitten cat. And by the time my father commented on her existence, she had been living with us for several weeks, exploring the garden, until I came home from school, then staying near me while I read or played. At night, she would wait beneath the bed until the lights were turned out, and then she would accommodate herself on the pillow beside me, grooming my hair and purring so quietly as never to disturb my sister. I would fall asleep with my face pressed into her fur, while her deep electrical purr vibrated softly against my cheek. She had such unusual eyes. They made me think of the seaside. So I called her Ocean, and could not have told you why. Damn. Time for the epilogue. I guess there is an epilogue. I sat on the dilapidated green bench beside the duck pond at the back of the red brick farmhouse, and I thought about my kitten. I only remembered that Ocean had grown into a cat, and that I had adored her for years. I wondered what had happened to her, and then I thought, it doesn't matter that I can't remember the details any longer. Death happened to her. Death happens to all of us. A door opened in the farmhouse, and I heard feet on the path. Soon, the old woman sat beside me. "I brung you a cup of tea," she said, "and a cheese and tomato sandwich. You've been out here for quite a while. I thought you'd probably fallen in." "I sort of did," I told her. "Thank you. It had become dusk without my noticing why I had been sitting there." I took the tea and sipped it. I looked at the woman, more carefully this time. I compared her to my memories of from 40 years ago. I said, "You aren't Letty's mother. You're her grandmother, aren't you? You're old Mrs. Hemstock." "That's right," she said, unperturbed. "Eat your sandwich." I took a bite of my sandwich. It was good, really good. Freshly baked bread, sharp, salty cheese, the kind of tomatoes that actually taste like something. I was awash in memory, and I wanted to know what it meant, what it all meant. I said, "Is it true?" and felt foolish. Of all the questions I could have asked, I asked that. Old Mrs. Hemstock shrugged. "What you remembered?" "Probably, more or less. Different people remember things differently, and you'll not get any two people to remember anything the same, whether they were or not. You stand two of you lot next to each other, and they could be continents away for all it means anything." There was another question I needed answered. I said, "Why did I come here?" She looked at me as if it were a trick question. "The funeral," she said. "You wanted to get away from everyone and be on your own. So first of all, you drove back to the place you lived as a boy. And when that didn't give you what you missed, you came here like you always do." "Like I always do?" I drank some more tea. It was still hot and strong enough. A perfect cup of builder's tea. You could stand a spoon straight up in it, as my father would always say, of a cup of tea which he approved. "Like you always do," she repeated. "No," I said. "I haven't been here since Letty went to Australia, her going away party." And then I said, "Which never happened. You know what I mean?" "You come back sometimes," she said. "You were here once. You were here once when you were 24. I remember. You had 2 young children, and you were so scared. You came here before you left these parts. You were, what, in your 30s then? I fed you a good meal in the kitchen, and you told me about your dreams and the art you were making." I don't remember." She pushed the hair from her eyes. "It's easier that way." I sipped my tea and finished the sandwich. The mug was white, and so was the plate, the endless summer evening coming to an end. I asked her again, "Why did I come here?" "Letty wanted you to," said somebody. The person who said that was walking around the pond, a woman in a brown coat wearing Wellington boots. I looked at her in confusion. She looked younger than I was now. I remembered her as vast, as adult, but now I saw she was only in her late 30s. I remembered her as stout, but she was buxom and attractive in an apple-cheeked sort of way. She was still Jeannie Hemstock, Letty's mother, and she looked, I was certain, just as she had looked 40-something years ago. She sat down on the bench on the other side of me, so I was flanked by Hemstock women. She said, "I think Letty just wants to know if it was worth it." "If what was worth it?" You said the old woman You, said the old woman tartly. Hey, Enzo. Letty did a very big thing for you, said Ginny. I think she mostly wants to find out what happened next, and whether it was worth everything she did. She sacrificed herself for me. After a fashion, dear, said Ginny. The hunger birds tore out your heart. You screamed so piteously as you died. She couldn't abide that. She had to do something. I tried to remember this. I said, this isn't how I remember it. The old lady sniffed. Didn't it just say you never get any two people to remember anything the same, she asked. Can I talk to her? She's sleeping, said Letty's mother. She's healing. She's not talking yet. Not until she's done where she is, said Letty's grandmother, gesturing, but I could not tell whether it was pointing to the duck pond or to the sky. When will that be? When she's good and ready, said the old woman. Soon. As her daughter said soon. Well, I said, if she brought me here to look at me, let her look at me. And as I said it, I knew that it had already happened. How long had I been sitting on that bench? As I had been remembering her, she had been examining me. Oh, she did already, didn't she? Yes, dear. And did I pass? The face of the old woman on my right was unreadable in the gathering dusk. On my left, the younger woman said, You don't pass or fail at being a person, dear. I put the empty cup and the plate down to the ground. Ginny Hemstock said, I think you're doing better than you were the last time we saw you. You're growing a new heart, for a start. In my memory, she was a mountain, this woman. I had sobbed and shivered in her bosom. Now, she was smaller than I was, and nothing I could not imagine her comforting me, not in that way. The moon was full in the sky above the pond. I could not, for the life of me, remember what phase the moon had been in the last time I noticed it. I could not actually remember the last time I had done more than glance at the moon. So what will happen now? Same things that happens as every other time you've come here, said the old woman. You go home. I don't know where that is anymore, I told them. You always say that, said Ginny. In my memory, Lady Hemstock was still a full head taller than I was. She was 11, after all. I wondered what I would see, who I would see, if she stood before me now. The moon and the duck pond was full as well, and I found myself, unbidden, thinking of the holy fools in the old story, the ones who went fishing in the lake for the moon, with nets, convinced that the reflection in the water was nearer and easier to catch than the globe that hung in the sky. And of course it is. I got up and walked a few steps to the edge of the pond. Letty, I said, trying to ignore the two women behind me. Thank you for saving my life. She should never have taken you with her in the first place. When she went off to find to find the start of it all, sniffed old Mrs. Hemstock. Nothing to stop her sorting it all out on her own. Didn't need to make you all along. Didn't take you along for company, silly thing. Well, that'll learn her for next time. I turned and looked at old Mrs. Hemstock. Do you really remember when the moon was made? I asked. I remember lots of things, she said. Will I come back here again? I asked. That's not for you to know, said the old woman. Get along now, said Ginny Hemstock gently. There's people who are wondering where you've got to. And when she mentioned them, I realized with an awkward horror that my sister, her husband, her children, and my own, all the well-wishers and the mourners and visitors, would be puzzling over what had become of me. Still, if there was a day they would find my absent ways easy to forgive, it was today. It had been a long day and a hard one. I was glad that it was over. I said, I hope that I haven't been a bother. No, dear, said the old woman. No bother at all. I heard a cat meow. A moment later, it sauntered out into the shadows, into a patch of bright moonlight. It approached me confidently, pushed its head against my shoe, crouched beside it and scratched its forehead, stroked its back. It was a beautiful cat, black, or so I imagined. The moonlight having swallowed the color of things. No, it had a white spot over one ear. I said, I used to have a cat like this. She was beautiful. I don't actually remember what happened to her. You brought her back to us, said Jeannie Hemstock. And then she touched my shoulder with her hand, squeezing it for a heartbeat, and she walked away. I picked up my plate and my mug, and I carried them along the path with me as we made our way back to the house, the old woman and I. The moon does shine as bright as day, I said, like in the song. It's good to have a full moon, she agreed. I said, it's funny, for a moment I thought there were two of you. Isn't that odd? Just me, said the old woman. It's only ever just me. I know, I said. Of course it is. I was going to take the plate and mug into the kitchen, but she stopped me at the farmhouse door. You ought to get back to your family now, she said. They'll be sending out a search party. They'll forgive me, I said. I hoped they would. My sister would be concerned, and there would be people I barely knew disappointed not to have told me how very, very, very sorry they were for my loss. You've been so kind, letting me sit and think there by the pond. I'm very grateful. Stuff and nonsense, she said. Nothing kind about it. Next time a lady writes from Australia, I said, please tell her I said hello. I will, she said. She'll be glad you thought of her. I got into the car and started the engine. The old woman stood in the doorway watching me, politely, until I had turned the car around and was on my way up the lane. I looked back at the farmhouse in my rearview mirror, and a trick of light made it seem as if two moons hung in the sky above it, like a pair of eyes watching me from above. One moon perfectly full and round, the other its twin on the other side of the sky, a half moon. Curiously, I turned in my seat and looked back. A single half moon hung over the farmhouse, peaceful and pale and perfect. I wondered where the illusion of the second moon had come from, but I only wondered for a moment. And then I dismissed it from my thoughts. Perhaps it was an afterimage, I decided, or a ghost. Something that had stirred in my mind for a moment, so powerfully that I believed it to be real, but now was gone, and faded into the past like a memory forgotten or a shadow into the dusk. That's it. There's a little like acknowledgement afterwards, but that's the end of the book. I mean, I could read out the acknowledgements as well. This book is the book you have just read. It's done. Now we're in the acknowledgements. This is not really a part of the book. You do not have to read it. It's mostly just names. The family in this book is not my own family, who have been gracious in letting me plunder the landscape of my childhood and watch as I liberally reshape these places into story. I'm grateful to them all, especially to my youngest sister Lizzie, who encouraged me and sent me long-forgotten memory-jogging photographs. I wish I'd remembered the old greenhouse in time to put it into the book. I owe thanks to so many people. The one who were there in my life when I needed them. The ones who brought me tea. The ones who wrote the books that brought me up. To single any of them out is foolish, but here I go. When I finish this book, I send it to many of my friends to read, and they read it with wise eyes, and they told me what worked for them and what needed work. I'm grateful to all of them, but particular thanks must go to Maria Davana, and there's like a lot of names. Okay. This novel began, although I did not know how it was going to be a novel at the time, when Jonathan Strahan asked me to write him a short story. I started to tell the story of the opal miner and the Hemstock family. who lived on a farm in my head for such a long time. And Jonathan was forgiving and kind when I finally admitted to myself and to him that this wasn't a short story, and I let it become a novel instead. In Sarasota, Florida, Stephen King reminded me of the joy of just writing every day. Words save our lives sometimes. Tori gave me a safe house to write in, and I cannot thank her enough. Art Spiegelman gave me his kind permission to use a word balloon from his collaborative conversation with Maurice Sendak in the New Yorker as the opening epigraph. As this book entered its second draft, as I was typing out my handwritten first draft, I would read the day's work to my wife Amanda at night in bed, and I learned more about the words I'd written when reading it aloud to her than I have ever learned about anything. I've written. She was the book's first reader, and her puzzlement, her questions, and her delight were my guides to the subsequent drafts. I wrote this book for Amanda when she was as far away, and I missed her very much. My life would be grayer and duller without her. My daughters, Holly and Maddie, and my son Michael were my wisest and gentlest critics of all. I have wonderful editors on both sides of the Atlantic, Jennifer Briel and Jane Morfitt, who will all read the book in first draft and all suggested different things I needed to change and fix and rebuild. Jane and Jennifer also had both coped extremely well with the arrival of a book that none of us was expecting, not even me. I would very much like to thank the committee of the Zena Sutherland Lectures held at the Chicago Public Library. The Zena Sutherland Lecture I delivered in 2012 was, in retrospect, mostly a conversation with myself about this book while I was writing it, to try and understand what I was writing and how it was for and who it was for. And lastly, thanks to the Hamstock family, who, in one form or another, have always been there when I needed them. And there we go. And on back, it just says, memories were waiting at the edges of things beckoning to me. I did not expect this book to be that good. I knew it was the favorite book of like the developers from where I got the book from, but I wasn't sure what it was about or anything else. But oh my god, it was really, really good. I don't know really what to say, because like I go to the mall. Hell yeah. I wish I could show you guys some of the amazing illustrations in this book, because oh my god, they are absolutely freaking beautiful. Let me see if maybe I can find some online and show. If I could type. Maybe I can find some. I see a few here. Okay, let me see. Maybe I can show you some. Doo. Mm. Do I have anything where I could just like, put that? I go back to this scene here. And then I get it to work, don't worry. just give me a second. The follower thing is outdated. I gotta go there. There. There are some of the illustrations here that I've seen in the book. Oh, even colored ones. They weren't colored like this in the book. They were just like more like these, like black and white ink paintings. But they were really beautiful. There's another one here. This one I've shown in the Discord of him sitting on the tree reading after Ursula Monkton came in. They're just beautiful illustrations like these. And I don't know. I have no words for this book right now, if I'm gonna be honest. I enjoyed the book. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a great read. I hope you guys just had just as much fun as I had with it. Because, oh my god. I read for another like 4 hours, 3-4 hours today. So yeah, I didn't, the part where he knew everything for a moment. Yeah, it was really good. That whole part where he swam through the ocean, that was a cool bit. I don't know. The book overall was just really, really fun. I knew from what they told me when they gave me the book that it was going to be more of like a mysterious kind of like a bit of a darker story, but I did not expect it like this. It was good. That like absolutely fantastic. And again, I could read out the little note they gave me inside of a little envelope that was with the book, and it reads that it's handwritten by them from the team I got it. Dear reader, it's here, right in front of you. The ocean at the end of the lane. A truly magical thing. This is one of the team's favorite books, and we hope it will become one of yours too. We encourage you to see the magic around you. It's in the little things, like in the reflection of a pond, in an experience you encounter in a game, and in the sound of a forest. And then happy holidays from the others, because it's Other Tales production or interactive. Very, very nice little letter. And the people there are so freaking nice as well. Lovely, lovely people. Yeah, I did not expect that. Like, I thought, like, okay, I'm just gonna, because like it was a Christmas raffle on their Discord. It's like, I'm just gonna get like the book in a package and all. And then there's this small little envelope, even with like a little wax seal. I opened it up on stream. I got it like 2 years ago. I opened up on the Christmas stream I did. And it's like, it has like a little wax seal. I opened it up. I read the note. It was really, really cool. I did not expect it. And up until now, I've never gotten to I've never gone to read it, because like I usually read on like I said before, I usually read when I am on like if I'm on the way, like if I'm out, especially because like if I'm waiting on the train, or the train ride is like fairly long, so I have something to occupy myself. I would like listen to music and read a book. There are some books, or like there are some songs, actually, right now, if I would listen to them, it would immediately spark a core memory of me reading a book in a train, because it just reminds me of that book. For some reason, there's one song that I always nowadays associate with the book Ready Player One, because I heard that song in loop a lot when I was reading the book. But yeah, also with this book in particular, I had another like novel series I was reading back then, so I couldn't really bring that book with me. But also, this book is fucking huge and heavy. Like the other books I had, they were just they weren't on like hot covers, they were just like paper covered, and smaller and compact, maybe thicker, like more pages but smaller. But this one is like A4 size, like fairly big, and big hot cover, and pretty thick. Like it's a book. So that would have been a bit more troublesome to carry around with, but yeah, I'm glad I read it. I'm glad I was able to share it with you guys, because I absolutely loved it, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as I did. And now I don't know what to do. You guys have any idea? Because like I don't know. Am I just gonna end here, rate somebody, and chill for a bit? I've been having like some weird struggles keeping sleep, like with sleeping and all, so I might just gonna chill. I've been having some pain in my left side of my mouth and my teeth for some reason since I woke up. All the love. I love to see that. All right. All right, then. Let's see if we can find somebody that we can raid. Let's see. Damn, I don't know. Also, I need to eat something. I have not eaten since I woken up. To be fair, I woke up like at around 9 p.m. and it's now 4 a.m. But yeah, I need food. I gotta reheat my dinner and actually get some food. All right. I still have not found anybody right now. Would you like a suggestion? Sure. Because I'm thinking, like, I don't know. I have some people here, but I was thinking that maybe if I could find somebody with like a similar vibe to what we just had. But I don't know. Otherwise, I would have said like probably I would go to Whisper or yeah, I would have probably said Whisper or Ping. Also Ibuki, yeah, I saw that Ibuki is also live. I guess I'll send you guys over to Whisper then. So here you go. Raid messages. And then where is his stream there? I have it open here. Can't type. All right. Well, oh, he's playing. Oh, Resident Evil. Okay. One of the old Resident Evils. Let's go. Great game. Lovely person as well. Just great to chill. But thank you guys for listening to me today again with the book. We are done with it now. I don't know if I will do another stream soon. If we're going to do another reading stream anytime soon. Maybe we'll start another book at some point. I'll keep you guys updated on that on the Discord whenever that will happen. But for now, we're probably just going to go back to like normal just games streaming for a bit. And until then, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is. I'm gonna get myself some food now and chill for a bit. Love you all. Goodbye.